surgical masks to medical professionals. International Foundation has provided nearly $2.5 million in grant funding for COVID-19 relief, and that support continues to grow. For more than 100 years, in times of need, Lions always find a way to help those around them. And after we emerge from this, we will be stronger than ever. Visit lionsclubs.org to learn more.
Roxanne Watson is on a mission to have more people sign up as organ, eye, and tissue donors. What drives her? Roxanne received a heart transplant made possible by an organ donor.
I decided that day to devote myself to signing up the most people in the United States. That's my goal.
Now she's a powerful force for good. What could you make possible as an organ, eye, and tissue donor? Leave behind the gift of life. Go to organdonor.gov. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per-ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. John and Josh are at the ballpark. Hi, guys.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing, man. Nothing.
Nothing.
How are you?
Nothing at all.
Welcome back, Josh.
Hey, thanks, Happer. It's good to be back.
Is it?
I miss my routine when I'm gone. I miss my routine.
What part of the routine? Pooping?
No, yes.
Brushing your teeth?
Yes.
Pooping.
Well, no, just like the schedule of like,
Pooping.
I have my coffee.
You seem very excited.
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
yes.
my bed.
I miss a good defecation.
I do. Don't you miss pooping? Odson, this is a poll question. Do you miss pooping?
Take Metamucil, Josh.
I miss all the normal trappings of home. My bed, my comforter, my dog. I miss my dog. My bed. Yeah, so yeah, I'm happy.
You should have brought Mr. Banks with you.
I would have loved to, Nick, but we flew to Pittsburgh.
Put him in a little dog tux.
It would have been great. But
Mr. Banks doesn't even need a tux. Give him a bow tie. He's already tuxed out.
Wait a minute. Why would he need a tux? He's just traveling.
He's saying for the wedding.
For the wedding, John.
Yeah, I don't think that they would have wanted him, Nick, in their wedding. This isn't my wedding.
Is Mr. Banks going to be in your wedding?
No, we're leaving.
What the hell, Josh?
Well, we're staying in a hotel and stuff.
Make him the ring dog.
That'd be fun. But nope, he'll be here. He'll be in Omaha.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
I can't wait till he finds out.
Yeah, he's gonna be
mad.
Speaking of pooping,
he's gonna
be
pissed.
Apparently, he was like barely eating when we were gone. I think he was really depressed.
He got sad.
I'm sure he was.
Yeah, we got home and he's right back to eating on his normal schedule again. It's like, oh man's best friend. See, Apper, this is what you miss out on by hating dogs.
Yeah, the attachment of I can't leave or my dog will die of depression.
Man's best friend that won't even be in your wedding.
That's a burden I want. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see Banks again. I miss Banks. I missed my dog.
Where was Banks?
Banks was at home. My best friend house sat for us because I'm going to return the favor. I'm going to do the same thing for him when him and his wife, when him and the kids go somewhere. I don't remember. They're going somewhere this summer, and I was like, I'll watch them for you.
You didn't leave Banks with your parents?
No, they were at the wedding.
Oh, duh.
Yeah. We
that
do
would
leave
have been
Banks
funny.
at the
Sorry.
Hey, Mom and
Sorry,
Dad
can't go to the wedding. Josh needs someone to take care of his dog.
Exactly.
You always loved him more.
So, yeah. Good to be back. Good to be next to John Bishop at the ballpark.
Yeah.
Of
course. Well, I know you. It looks lovely out there. You got.
It is. It's
very nice.
It's beautiful, man. This is almost. Now it feels like spring again.
Yeah, I hear that the weather was bad this weekend. Is this?
It's snowed again. You dumbass.
People were tagging me in tweets, and I was like, "What happened?"
Yeah, it snowed on the day of the spring game, just as you predicted a year ago.
I know. I was so close to being right.
Close. I was 365 days off.
But I was very close, John. I was very close.
Friday night at the ballpark at Warner Park, it was flurrying around first pitch. Here comes a little flurry.
Oh, it did here. It did here at the end of the Creighton game.
Yeah.
And then they had fireworks afterwards. I I was actually hoping
they were
that
going
it would
to freeze.
Well, I was hoping it would stay snowing so I could claim that I've seen fireworks in the snow.
Happer, was the Friday thing the picture of you with all those children where you were bundled up? God, what a hysterical photo.
That was
you and I have both
amazing.
been in very funny photos over the last 6 months where we are bundled up trying to stay warm. Remember, I had my big yellow coat at the Creighton soccer tournament game.
The big
I was
yellow
very chilly
coat.
that day.
Yeah,
it was very chilly.
It was probably colder the other night. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what the weather was when.
No, it was when I was that was like
it was
in
like
the teens.
November.
No, yeah.
Oh,
the
yeah.
soccer game was much colder.
That was horrible.
Because that was down in the teens and 20s. It was 40 degrees Friday night, and the wind wasn't blowing that much.
Oh, good.
At least it wasn't here.
Yeah,
it
the
wasn't
wind was
here.
definitely blowing out at Papillion. That's for sure.
Well, that's because
it's always blowing out
Omaha
there.
sucks and Lincoln blows. Am I right?
Hey,
Exactly, John.
I think I'm gonna put my coat away today. I think I'm done with my coat.
No,
Put it.
no,
Don't even do it because
Don't do
I
that.
literally bought my winter coat here, and not today.
Oh, okay.
But I had it here with me last weekend, and I needed
The
it.
extended forecast looks fine. It looks fine.
And it looked fine like 2 weeks ago. The last time you made another stupid prediction.
Don't do that, Josh. Don't put it
Don't
away.
even say anything about
guys. I could open the closet door and get it out if I need it. I just
but
don't want it hanging.
Fine.
I don't want it hanging out anymore.
Do whatever you want. Just don't say.
Still proclaim it.
Just don't say.
So if I do a video tonight when I get home of me opening the closet door and putting it in,
Triggered.
you'll get really mad at me. I don't want to do that.
I won't get mad at you. Everybody will get mad at you.
Yeah.
We're at the time of the year.
Here's the problem, Connor. I get tagged in these things now.
You do. Yeah, that is a problem.
I get tagged in these things. People, I can't believe. Look what I found. I found snow on my grill.
It's always the same
That Josh,
people.
he's a jerk.
I wouldn't want
Johnny
to be
Pig always
associated
tweets
with
at
that.
me.
Yeah.
Rick always tweets at me. Steve always tweets. Jed.
I
So
get
it's like,
emails from John. I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
emails from my neighbor down the street, Dan.
People try to blame me for like Wisconsin snow. Like, get out of here. I don't care about no Wisconsin snow.
What
It's not
about
my
snow in the
prerogative.
Panhandle? Are you taking any responsibility
Nope.
for snow in the Panhandle?
There shouldn't
None.
be snow in the Panhandle.
You think no, there's always snow in the
There's-
Panhandle.
That's the bit. There's snow in the Panhandle all times of the year.
Seriously.
And then we put it out there. Although all of our fine local meteorologists in Omaha and
Yeah.
Lincoln,
Hey, the Panhandle.
it's September 4th, and they're like, guess what? The Panhandle just got snow today. And then they
Yep.
make you scared that it's coming
Yep.
your way. But it doesn't
Yep.
snow for another month and a
Oh,
half.
yeah.
Yes,
Big
exactly.
meteorology trying to
Yep.
scare us.
Yeah,
Fear
trying to get-
tactics.
You
Fear
know what,
tactics.
Connor? You are dead on that because you're right.
We're obsessed with the Panhandle. I don't care. I'm in Omaha.
It's the Panhandle.
I
It doesn't
forget
matter.
Nebraska
It's-
has a Panhandle.
It's several hours away and in a different
It's-
time zone.
Yes, it's literally a different time zone. I'm not too worried about the Panhandle. But you're right. Every year they get the first snow and they get the last snow.
You know what?
And I see it on my Twitter feed all the time.
Now, you don't drive through the Panhandle to get to Colorado. People forget that. But,
That's true.
But we're close to the Panhandle. You know what I'm worried about?
What?
If we do make this trip to Colorado,
Oh yeah, the meetings
that,
this week.
that Jinx boy over here is going to say, "Oh
no.
snow's done." We're going to drive out there. We're going to get west of North Platte. We're going to make that turn onto the interstate down towards Denver,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden it's like, well, we're
I-80
stuck
is
here.
closed. I-76 is closed all the way to Denver.
Now that would be bad. That would be very bad.
Friends, because I know a lot of you are going to want to go to that game, and you'll be stuck in the same crap that we are.
Yes.
I'm going to make you this solemn vow.
Okay.
If that happens, we're kicking Josh out of the truck,
Oh my gosh.
and we're leaving him buried in the snow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
You're killing me.
fun.
You're murdering me.
No, you
I
can
didn't. I just said
survive,
buried in
Josh.
the snow. If you live, you live.
You've
But-
watched your cannibalism show. You'll be
Josh,
fine.
You can
survive.
That's true.
It's just up to you to survive. It's no longer our responsibility to keep you alive.
The Donner Party did it. You can do it.
That's true. People forget about eating people. Man, that's a bummer. I don't want to die. I don't want to. It's cold.
You can
Can I
fend
have
for
my yellow
yourself.
coat? Can I have my big
You'll
yellow
have
coat?
your yellow
Better bring
jacket.
You better bring it.
Okay.
Though when we were out there
Oh,
4 years ago, that weather was beautiful.
Tremendous.
It was like 80s.
Yeah. Alex and Lincoln says, leave Josh in Boulder. You're going to leave me behind?
Ah, yeah, he would probably love that.
Well, we got to make it there first. I mean,
We do have to make it
That's
there.
the problem.
Yeah.
Is it probably snows before we
When
get
we have
there.
the meeting with Stacy on Thursday, let's ask about that. Can we get a vehicle equipped with snow tires just in case?
Just in case.
Put
just
the chains
in
on.
case.
What if we want to take
Yep.
it up the mountains? You know, we
Oh,
go.
that sounds fun.
Yeah.
There's a fun brewery up in the mountains. I went there a couple summers ago.
I'm
There's
guessing there's a
several.
lot of breweries in the
Yeah, that's
mountains.
true. That's true.
What adjective and
Colorado's
nature
got
thing
one
is that one
brewery.
called?
Have you heard about the
It's-
Colorado brewery in the mountains?
It's the one. It's the single one.
Is it Yellow Leaf
What?
Oh no, but yes, Nick. Yeah, that was a part of the bit we did with Schaefer that day. That one was Knotted Root.
Yeah,
Knotted Root Brewing.
Knotted Root.
Man, it was so good.
Yeah.
Then I ran into a guy in a cross-train shirt. I was like, this is of all the gin joints in all of the world. It was really cool.
It's not a gin joint. It's a.
Have you never heard that? It's a turn of phrase. I figured you being the,
I know.
man of poetry.
I'm not a man of poetry.
Oh,
Poetry,
okay.
John.
I was at a bookstore this week, and they had a poetry section in Pittsburgh. I was like, I know poetry. Moved on from that section as quickly as possible.
Most
Poetry
bookstores have
section in
poetry
Pittsburgh.
sections.
Does every word rhyme with yins?
Dude, there are so many
Pittsburgh
shirts that
poetry?
said yins on them.
Pittsburgh poetry, either everything rhymes with yins or it has to be about the Immaculate Reception.
Bingo. That seriously is the city of Pittsburgh.
And the ball fluttered in the sky after the big blow. And in came 32, and away he would go.
Wow, very good.
Touchdown Steelers, off we are. AFC Championship. We are. Now I need to go to the bar.
Oh, man, you're so close to
I
landing
know.
the plane.
I know.
That was almost
landed the
cool,
plane.
John.
I got a question for you guys. Do you think we should charge Josh a quarter when he talks about books and reading and things
That
of that
doesn't
nature?
seem fair. I already have a thing that I'm charged quarters for.
I'm just saying, you talk about it a lot. A lot.
No, I don't. I haven't talked about books very much because I haven't been reading as much this year. But I did read 2 books on the way to Pittsburgh. I finished 2 books on the way to Pittsburgh, including No Country for Old Men.
How long was this flight?
I started the book in October. I just needed to finish it.
In October?
See, as I said, I've been
How did you
struggling.
even remember? I mean,
Well, I've seen the movie a bunch, so I was like, oh, I know what part of the movie this is.
Oh, so this
You
is
skipped
cheating.
it?
This
Yeah.
isn't even real reading.
You have a
not cheating.
guidebook
Yes, it
for
is.
books?
You literally just said, oh, but I saw the movie, so I didn't need to go back and remember anything that I'd
I know
forgotten.
the plot. What the hell?
When I listened to the Harry Potter books on audiobook on my super long mega road trip, I hadn't seen the movies. I hadn't seen the movies yet, so I was actually listening to the book.
I was reading the book. I wasn't just like skipping pages. It was just nice when I resumed it. I was like, I know where they're at in the story. There are differences. The Tommy Lee Jones character is even more of an old man in the book than he is in the movie.
Well, that's hard to say. Tommy Lee Jones,
I had dreams about my dad.
because Tommy Lee Jones was old when he was 30.
Dude, seriously, Tommy Lee is an old guy.
Oh, man.
Hot Danger says that Connor and Josh need to be charged every time they say people forget.
Okay, well, I think this falls firmly into the my wife category.
My wife.
This is a good bit, and saying people forget is like, I mean, if you wanted to charge me for it, you can, but then the bit would go away. Like, Josh doesn't talk about running very much anymore.
I know, it's very sad. I
He's
miss it.
charged a quarter. That's something that is a positive effect. If I were to stop saying people forget, would it have a positive or negative effect on the show? It's up for you.
I
to
would be
decide.
sad. I think it would have a negative effect.
Would
on
you
the
miss
show.
it, though?
Yo, saying people forget?
I say it in my
Would you
personal
miss
life
hearing
now.
it?
No, I love it. I think it's hilarious. When I listen to, I do this every day. I sit down for lunch and I'm like, what do I want to listen to from the Happer show? And so I was listening today to the start of the show. And at one point, Josh said, people forget. And I just laughed to myself. I was like, this is great. I love it. It's so funny. I don't know why. It makes me laugh every
Where did
time.
this come from again?
I don't know. It's about how
People
everybody's saying the same thing at the same time.
Yep.
So
Yeah, but didn't it
So-
come from somewhere?
people don't actually forget. That's when you say people forget.
I don't know. Maybe was this a pardon my take thing back in the day?
That's what I'm wondering.
yeah, I don't
was
know.
it?
PFT? I don't know.
Yeah,
I've been saying it for so many years. I have no idea.
That's
anymore.
the thing. I'm
People
trying to
forget
figure
where
out.
people forget comes
Yeah.
from.
See, this is why we never figured out where the F word came from. Someone just, where did the F word come from? Well, I don't know. And then they make up tall tales. We need to keep track of these things so we know where they come
We
from.
need a glossary of
Yeah.
where our bits come from.
Yeah.
Well, it was like
Actually
a
would
couple
be
weeks
great.
ago. Yeah, remember Happer had to explain. He was explaining bits, and it's just like this kind of ruins the bit.
Yeah, because tiny
have to
baby
explain
boy.
it all the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
tiny
but
baby boy.
But isn't that the problem with like room? No one understands the language of that show because
show.
the bits have been worn out for so many years.
for like
and
20 years.
Yeah.
that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
So
Where do
occasionally
you
it's
come out
okay
on
to
this?
explain.
That's true.
Occasionally it's okay to explain the bit.
And I would
isn't
say this: Tiny Baby Boy. I'm happy it's gone because Tiny Baby Buffs is where it's at.
Yeah.
That's way funnier.
Tiny
Tiny
Baby
Baby Buffs is
Buffs.
actually funny.
it? Tiny Baby Buffs is taking off.
They
We're
keep
actually
getting
tiny
smaller and smaller and
Dude,
smaller.
I saw the tweet from them the other day. I'm like, what is happening? Are they shrinking on the football field? Don't like when we let's talk about menopause. Like, don't women like like my great grandma? She started shrinking. Like, she got smaller, right?
That's not menopause. It's just getting old.
It's
Josh.
not a menopause
I don't know
thing,
how it
Josh.
works.
It's not.
Great. There's some WNBA player out there that lives on their size going, man, I hope I don't get menopause. I start shrinking. All of a sudden, I'm not effective anymore. It's not the menopause that makes you get smaller.
So wait, can I get smaller? Do men get smaller too?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. There you go. I'm happy. You learn something new every day.
It's been a while since we've had a Josh learn science.
Yeah, Josh learns science.
Josh realizes that menopause isn't the thing that makes you smaller when you get older.
What the hell?
Oh man,
that's the first sign. You walk up and go, "Oh wow, I thought I was 5'5". Now I'm 5'4". Oh my God, it's the menopause."
Josh, you mean to tell me you've never seen a man get an old man, a small old man?
I thought they more like started shrinking, like you're just kind of like bending over.
Well, it's part of that.
I thought women like just actually got shorter
because of the menopause.
I thought that was the case.
I used to wear a size 6. Now I'm down to a size 2.
Yeah, hey, there you go. Help with the weight loss, I guess.
I'm shrinking.
Stacy, sales manager Stacy says, see osteoporosis. So that's what it is. That's osteoporosis.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not menopause.
That's what Hot Danger says as well. People forget.
People forget menopause doesn't make you shorter.
Yeah, I guess so. Wow.
I guess we have to ask Coach. You know what? That's a great question for Coach Prime.
Oh, yeah.
Your team going through menopause.
Or do they have osteoporosis? What the hell's going on with this Colorado team?
Nobody seems to be talking about. Do they ask him? It would be my first Coach Prime available. Are you worried about your team being 5'5"?
Dude. What the hell?
Nick's canceled.
It's from The Simpsons.
Yeah, that was like 30 seconds ago, Nick. Would have been really funny.
Not my fault it took forever to load.
Happer, you imagine if this was going on here, how much like Sipple would be writing about it? If Nebraska's players were the tiny baby buffs?
Well, he would only write about it if it were Mike Riley's
That's
players.
true. Yeah. Scott Frost would be like, being small actually a good thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Like if it was happening here, we wouldn't shut up about it. We'd talk about it every day.
Yeah, we're already not shutting up about it. It's not even us. It's great.
That's true. That's true.
That is true.
Yeah, that's a great point. Kyle says, "Don't forget Happy New Year this segment." Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry.
Well, it started with Josh saying menopause. Can you mention that?
And by the time
here we go.
And by the time we hear this, Josh will be dead because he'll be left on the side of the road on our trip to Colorado.
That's true. We'll go find my frozen corpse.
So stay tuned. It'll probably be coming up sometime either late in tomorrow's best of or early on the next days where it's the week of Josh remembers.
Oh, yeah.
We remember Josh.
Yeah, because people forget about him.
Because Josh said it wasn't going to snow on the way to Colorado, and then we left him on the side of the road.
Hey, for the record, I never said that.
But because he had menopause, he shrunk into the snow.
By the way, multiple people are saying that I'm actually correct on this, so I just want that out there. Amazing Daniel says that I'm right. Also, so does Matt in the Equitable Bank inbox. Interesting.
What are they saying about
wait a minute. What are they saying?
Amazing Daniel says when women lose estrogen, there's bone density loss. Josh isn't wrong.
That's not
Interesting. Matt says menopause does make you shorter. There you go. All right, John's going to hop on the Google machine. I look forward to finding out what he's Googling exactly.
Does menopause make you short?
There you go. And the answer is...
But everybody gets shorter, even if you don't
shortness
have
of breath.
There's shortness of breath.
All I'm seeing is it's still a vertebrae thing. Like
your VO2 max goes down.
Said women may lose more height, but it's vertebrae.
Yeah.
It's not
I'm
menopause.
right. I was right.
No, you're not right.
I'm right.
Josh was right.
Put that on the scoreboard out there at the Chuck. Josh was right. Oh, man.
Fun facts with Josh.
Yes. This would be a fun new bit. This could be a new bit.
4 dudes discuss menopause.
Yeah.
Let's bring up a new women's issue every day.
Every day.
What other things make women short?
Maybe this is how we get more women listeners.
There you go.
Watching Home and Garden Channel makes you short.
Is that true?
I don't know.
Mm.
We'll find out tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Wow. Hodson says people forget about Happy New Year. Yeah, they do. Happy New
People
Year.
do forget. Happy New Year.
Wow.
We only had one last week.
What?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, we did only have one last week.
Sad.
Nick,
Well,
you're
you
just
weren't
about
here for
full.
most
It's
of
like
the week.
April. It's almost May.
Yeah, we've got a lot already.
Okay, so we're taking multiple weeks off.
Well, that's fine. We would rather have a lot to choose from, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Then we can be selective. So maybe this isn't a Happy New Year.
Oh,
But
but
then
I don't know. This is a pretty good one.
Unfortunately, Nick has
But
to
what
go
if we
back
get
and-
Yeah, I'm
really
gonna have to
good.
go. I'm not writing notes about what was discussed in each one.
Oh, what? You should be. I mean,
I like to be
Yeah.
surprised too.
yeah, but like I would want to have a group of them and then pick based off of what we thought the funniest topics
I
were.
probably should go back and figure out what's in what.
Mm.
There
Well,
you go.
yeah, because what if, one day we're talking, the subject matter could get a little problematic if it happened on back-to-back segments. You know what I mean?
Mm.
What if we're having an uproariously, funny conversation about death, and then the next day we're talking about someone famous passing away?
Oh, that'd be a bummer.
That'd be a,
No, I
that'd
don't
be a
think
bad
someone
Happy New
famous
Year.
passing away making the crossover would be a.
I don't think so.
We talked about Queen Liz in last year's
the
best ofs.
Dead Queen. Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
had menopause, by the way?
Who did? Yeah, just a billion years old. Who dying would warrant a Happy New Year?
Oh my God.
Oh,
Dumb
my
debates.
God.
Well,
I have a couple names in mind.
Mr.
me
we're-
too.
Mr. H is already gone.
Designated
Thank-
Hitler.
Thankfully, the under hits today.
the underhits today,
It's 207.
we nothing hit the late last week. We didn't even touch on Mr. H.
What?
Nope.
No, we had
He
no
didn't
So
even-
you're saying
No,
that's a
we did
like
last
I am
week.
here?
I think so.
We did
That
last
doesn't
week
seem
because
fair.
I think
when we were
so.
talking about the purge, Chance said he would tag me in all the Mr. H tweets.
Yeah, but I was still here for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, when Josh was gone, we do not talk about Mr. H.
I don't like this.
that is
That's not very
interesting.
good.
That's an interesting correlation.
But yeah, I think the numbers of people who are like universally. I mean, sadly, there are some people that one side would celebrate and another
Well,
side
yes.
would mourn.
I just got a text from Travis with the name of one person. So yeah, that's who he would celebrate.
But remember when they took out Osama bin Laden?
Oh,
Yeah.
And
this rules.
and John
People forget
Cena
about
announced
Osama
it
bin
at a WWF show,
That's right.
Well,
USA.
and the place went nuts.
They did that at like a Phillies
It was
game.
a Phillies
Yeah.
Mets
USA.
game. Yeah.
USA.
I just saw it on the news.
Yeah, we don't have very many people like that anymore.
Putin.
Vlad, we would be
Vladdy.
celebrating
Yeah.
a lot.
Booty.
And what's his name in North Korea?
Kim Jong
Kim Jong.
Un.
Yeah, that'd be little Rocket Man. Yeah, we'd have some fun
Rocket
with that. We'd have some fun with that. Yeah. Well, you're right though, John. Yeah, most people would be like, one side would be like, yeah, and the other side would be like, where's the decorum?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not any like outstanding like there's no manhunts for any. We need there to be like a manhunt, and then
Wow.
at the end of that,
Now that's an odds and poll question. Do we need more manhunts?
no, we don't need there to be a manhunt.
It's been a long time
Yeah.
since we had a really
When
good
was
fugitive.
the last good manhunt?
Oh, I can tell you. I don't know if you want to know though. I don't know
Oh
if
no,
you-
I'd love to know.
Well, I would. The first one that came to my head was the Boston Marathon bombing.
Oh yeah, we did it. Reddit.
Yeah,
I remember
but that
watching
only lasted a day.
Yeah,
not less than a day.
was on like
Or
a
no,
was on a boat or something.
He was on a
no.
boat?
It was a couple of days, right?
No,
I
it
thought
was
that
like
was a
several hours. I think.
What?
Well,
Was it really?
the several hours were what the person people on Reddit found, but that wasn't the person.
I thought that was the same day. They caught him at night.
Oh,
didn't
was
they?
it? Okay.
I thought it was. The
I
next day.
just remember when they captured him. I was here
Hmm.
doing a baseball game. I remember that. But
Because it was at night, right?
yes,
Okay, because I remember watching it at
full
home.
question.
Yeah, because he was in that boat.
Yeah,
yeah, he was hiding in a boat.
yeah.
That's the
The
last
Happer Show.
manhunt I remember.
Do we need more manhunts? That was like a decade ago.
It was.
Wow.
It has been a decade.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. Anybody got any more manhunts they can think of in the last 10 years?
No, I got nothing for you.
Nothing either.
Odson
Yeah.
says a year or two ago, the inmate in Kentucky probably fled with a guard at the prison and a manhunt ensued.
Oh,
I don't remember. That wasn't a big manhunt though. I don't remember.
But we have to like rally around the fact that everybody wants to get this guy.
Right.
Like,
It needs to be a major manhunt.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you need something bad to happen before.
I was going to say that's the problematic part of this discussion. Is you're like really hoping for something horrible to happen.
Yeah, you don't want that.
No.
So you probably the answer to the poll question is no. You do not want a manhunt.
We do not want a manhunt.
That's true.
Okay, just so we got
unless we just randomly decide, you know what, you're the designated hunter or huntee.
Yeah,
and you don't even have to do anything. It can be like the Running Man.
There you go.
This is just the most dangerous game with extra steps.
Yeah, go hunt people. All right.
Trace them down.
Matt says Osama bin Laden. I mean, because after that was the marathon bombing, so it was that guy, right? Or was it two people? It was two people.
It was two brothers.
Two, yeah.
Brothers. I couldn't remember if it was a father and son or a couple brothers.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I think it was a couple of brothers.
Yeah, father and son was
that was the guys who jumped the Royals first base coach.
And the DC sniper, right?
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah. And yes, we have successfully now tied White Sox fans into this.
Wow.
Every time I think of, that was a father and son, that's the first thing I think of.
Too.
Is those idiots jumping the Royals first base coach.
Yeah, God.
Covered a lot of ground. Covered a lot of ground today.
Wow.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I love this new crossover time, and it's great. We just get in a ton of stuff.
Yep.
Ton of stuff.
A lot of good stuff.
By the way, Happy New Year, Happer. Stay tuned for later in the show when I give takes on things I missed from the last few days.
Oh, good.
I promise not to cover any ground that we just discussed here. I promise.
You promise?
I promise.
So no more menopause?
No more menopause. No. I think we're done. Menopause is done, folks.
Oh, and with that, Connor, have yourself a great rest of your day.
Bye, Happer.
You guys too. Enjoy the ball game or the baseball field.
Yeah, we're here at the baseball field, the Charles Schwab Field, where Creighton's playing UNLV tonight. But the program is coming up, and we've got a lot of good stuff today. And Josh has got all these pent-up spring game takes.
I have a lot to
just
take.
Dying to get out.
Did you see the 45-yard line?
Yes, I did see the 45-yard line.
All right, cool.
People
there you
forget
go.
about the 45-yard line.
People forget.
The first time I saw the picture of that, I thought, why are they playing on a Canadian field? Because, in Canada, the 50-yard lines and then are marked, and then the 55-yard line has, I think, was it a C at the middle or something? Or
I don't know. I'm not from Canada.
Right, but that's the first thing I thought. It was
when they moved to.
We're playing CFL rules now. We have a program to get started next on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
So people said the man bun.
Yeah.
Do you know that that's not what it's called this day?
What is it called these days?
It is called, I wrote this down, a top knot.
A top knot. I
did not know that.
I like that better than a man bun.
It has gone from the man bun to the top knot. That's how it is described.
Okay. I need to transition into that because it's man bun. It's been thrown out there so many times, easy to use. Top knot. Now that's kind of fun. Yeah. Okay.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another quiet and mild spring day ahead for Tuesday. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. East breeze remains light most of the day with highs in the low to mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road and McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
Hey, it's Nick Hanley for Woodhouse Mazda. Now is a great time to shop for your next Mazda CUV at either of the two exclusive Metro Omaha Mazda locations in Bellevue at Woodhouse Mazda or Millard at Woodhouse Place Mazda. You can also shop at either location and take advantage of 0.9% APR on select 2023 Mazda CUV models like the Mazda CX-50, CX-30, or CX-5. Get out and enjoy spring in style with a brand new Mazda CUV. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Life doesn't stop when cancer starts. After a diagnosis, treatment is vital. But for some, just getting there, to appointments, chemo, or radiation, is a major challenge. You can change that. Volunteer to give rides with the American Cancer Society Road to Recovery program. A few hours of your day could make a life-saving difference for someone with cancer. Visit cancer.org/drive to learn more. That's cancer.org/drive.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Hey, the portal, she's getting a workout today.
The portal? Are people going into it?
Aye, they're going out, but are they coming out on the other side? Don't ask me why I'm talking like a pirate.
I was very confused.
Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
From Charles Schwab Field, welcome to a Tuesday edition. It's a bright, beautiful day in the springtime.
It's gorgeous out.
Beautiful day for baseball. Talk a little baseball today. Creighton is playing UNLV tonight, and across town, Omaha is hosting Nebraska with a chance to sweep.
First time ever.
First time ever.
Yeah, that's what they're going for.
Yep. And a lot of other cool stuff. Josh, welcome back.
Hey, hello.
So,
folks,
you were in Pittsburgh. Did you? Did you see the Franco statue?
Which one?
At the airport.
No, I missed that one.
Really? I thought it was
one.
always in a spot where it was a heavy traffic area. It's
I don't know.
It's the statue of Franco picking up the Immaculate Reception at the Pittsburgh airport.
No,
you didn't see it.
No, I saw it at the museum at the Pittsburgh, I think, History Museum. They had like a sports part of it in there. No, I missed it at the airport yesterday.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well,
sometimes, when you go home or even when you're right, you just got the blinders on of like, got to go to where I got to go.
Yeah, but I mean, admit it. When you go through an airport and you see like if
I saw a statue,
a football player.
Yeah, I wish I would have seen it.
Like when you go to Indianapolis, there's like Indy cars in there. And of course, in Vegas, you go to the airport and there's slot machines.
Yeah, I was going to say,
everywhere.
you can gamble and stuff. Yeah, I wish I would have seen it.
You know what? We don't really have anything in the Omaha area. We don't have anything at Epley that like screams Omaha.
No, it's like,
except for like a big advertisement for like
Arnold
Nebraska
Clark
Med
Photography
Center or Arnold Clark Photography or Creighton University.
Yeah,
but we don't like have we need a Doug McDermott statue there.
That'd be fine. I'd be totally
There's
good with
an
that.
A&W in there, isn't there?
There's an A&W in there. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I didn't.
We need to commission something uniquely Omaha so that when people get off the plane, they're like, we're in Omaha.
Did you know that there is a Creighton University advertisement at, was it Midway? I was walking through Midway last month, and I was like, what in the world? Why is there an advertisement here? It obviously must be working for them, right? You wouldn't want to pay for that type of real estate and keep it there.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was surprised. I saw it last month.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, it's all them people that wanting to leave DePaul.
Exactly. Yeah. When you want to go into the portal, you know where to come. It's Omaha, Nebraska.
Exactly. Well, Nick, bring up the audio because It's been a while. We haven't hit this in a while. Yeah, the transfer portal.
I wish I liked Doctor Who just because I feel like I would like that open even more. But I've never watched an episode, and I probably never will.
Well, players are now starting to jump in the portal.
Yep.
And that means, I mean, we knew it was going to happen eventually.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're going to talk about quarterbacks in like 5 seconds. But
yeah, Richard Torres.
Dick Torres is gone. I'm bummed, man. How fun would it have been? Dick Torres playing quarterback at Nebraska. It would have been great. But it was a weird offer to begin with. Very on brand.
I am
for the Scott
really
Frost
surprised that PFT hasn't come out with a tweet about what it actually happened.
What? Yeah, Dick Torres. Yep.
Yeah. But Victor Jones in the portal, and it hasn't been announced by anyone in the Nebraska media, but there was a report from someone affiliated with 24/7, National 24/7.
Yeah, Hummer.
That
Mr. Hummer.
That
Chris Hummer.
Yeah.
Logan.
Thank you. Logan Smothers. Jeez. I mean,
he's gone and John just doesn't even care about him anymore. He's erased him from his brain.
I guess.
See you later, Logan.
So that's Logan Smothers out.
Yep.
Richard Torres out. Victor Jones out.
Yeah, indeed.
Still quite a bit to go, but we'll have more on this coming up later on in the Grum. In fact, as we run down the Grum today. Can't poke a bear when it's eating you.
Oh,
you probably
could. To Cocaine Bear?
No, it's a reference to last night.
Okay.
And, last week, famously, someone was trying to poke the bear.
Mm-hmm.
Poke the bear known as LeBron. And LeBron fought back.
He did indeed.
Actually, fought back over the weekend, and then he did it again.
I was going to say, yes, 2 times now.
He did it again, and now the Lakers are on the brink of chasing Memphis.
The old gentleman's sweep if they close it out back in Memphis this week.
Memphis and Mr. Brooks out of the playoffs. But, yeah, can't poke a bear when it's eating you.
Uh-huh.
Is Friday night a great night for football?
Oh, and could there even be a theme attached to that? If
Perhaps.
So? Yep.
Perhaps. Someone's finally taking a hard stance against vandals. The plague of vandalism that has gone amok across this country.
Vandalism.
Somebody is finally taking a hard stand.
Crime Town.
A hard stand.
Oh, are we banning Lincoln from the United States of America?
No, we're not doing that.
Okay.
Michael Bruns will be along from Husker 24/7. More spring fallout, including reaction to the players entering the portal today. Coach Evan Portal.
Portal?
Portal.
Is he? Oh, no, Nick, get the sports flash ready. Is he leaving too? Oh, God.
Coach Evan.
Friend of the Grum.
Porter.
Evan Porter not entering the portal, we think.
Does he have a broom? Omaha goes for the sweep tonight. Across the way over at Tal Anderson Field. Mike Farren. If there was ever a sign, well, now that Josh has been to Pittsburgh, we know what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
The Pirates are going down. But for now, the Pittsburgh Pirates have the best record in the National League.
They do.
And more thoughts with Mike Farren on baseball.
Awesome. I'll ask
and we
him.
haven't really talked much about the whole A's thing and
oh man, we haven't
leaving for Las Vegas.
They're going to Vegas. That's crazy.
Coming up in the happy hour today, who looks better and where? I asked the question yesterday. Michael and I touched on it a little bit. Michael Severe. But where is Nebraska if you go position group by position group? Where do you think Nebraska is going to be better this year versus last year? Because if you think about it, that's every bit as important. I know some, yourself included, you look at, well, Nebraska's got better coaching than they had last year. That's going to equal X number of more wins.
Yeah, hopefully.
But what about the players? What about the position group? So we can tackle that today. And RELAX. Jets.
One extra letter, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, but it's Jets fans. They don't know any difference.
They don't know how to spell.
Well, they're going to know how to spell relax because
That's
the guy
true.
who taught us all how to spell relax
He's there now.
He's now their quarterback.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Running down the Grum today, brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. 402-951-1620 if you want to get in touch with us. text line as well. 402-951-1620. Hey, don't forget, we're still voting all week long up through Sunday. Our Phase 2 poll question.
Yes.
For what do you think the record will be next year? And I know you weren't with us yesterday, but the trends are almost in perfect alignment,
man,
with last year.
And I'll be honest,
almost perfect alignment.
I'm a little surprised. Because now I didn't watch the game live. Obviously, I was doing wedding stuff on Saturday. But as I check in periodically, I'm seeing just a lot of, hey, there's another fumble, or Turner Corcoran's hurt, corkboard's hurt, and these quarterbacks aren't very good except for Sims. I was like, oh man, the pessimism is going to be out in full force on Sunday night when we put up the poll question. So I'm very surprised that there wasn't kind of just a downturn at least, or maybe even just a stagnation on the second poll question, but that the optimism, the Kool-Aid floweth.
The Kool-Aid is floweth.
Yeah, indeed.
And it is. It's following the trends of the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Where it starts low, then it creeps up, then it jumps up, then it jumps up again.
Yep.
By the time the season gets here.
So I guess it's very predictable, I guess, in a way. No matter who the coach is, no matter what happened the year before, no matter what happened the day before.
Well, we're still taking your votes.
That's true.
I mean, there's still time. We can adjust the numbers accordingly, but go vote and also tweet at us anywhere, anyplace, anytime. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. And if you have an email, you can drop it to us in the Equitable Bank inbox.
By the way, John, speaking of the portal, since we have been on the air, Max Olson has reported that another defensive lineman, Jalen Sammy from Colorado, has entered the portal. He is a grad transfer. If he leaves, they will have 0 scholarship defensive linemen returning from their team last year. He was their most experienced returning player this spring. He had 36 career starts. He said he told him to go in the portal. He's got that Louis. He's better have a lot of Louis.
It is funny, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on. But it is funny to hear the different sides saying, "Well, this is what he wanted," and so he's he wants to clean all these guys out. But he's not. You're not going to be able to replenish all of
it.
this.
It's a math problem. It
is
not good.
It is a math problem because. Keep in mind, Colorado's got wide open. They're advertising for it, but there are other schools looking for these guys too.
Yeah.
And so you're going to end up, there's a very good chance you're going to end up with worse players than the ones that left you.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's a small supply, and you don't just get to pick your pick of the litter. Coach Prime doesn't just get to walk into the Louis store and say, I want that Louis, I want that one, and I want that one.
That 4-star.
And they're coming with you no matter what. No, the Louis gets to choose.
Yeah.
And if the Louis has the option of that or, I don't know, maybe a USC, heck, even a Nebraska.
They're going to want to win.
You know what? I might like this situation better. So, I mean, listen, you can be brazen and bold and all that other stuff about flipping the roster and stuff, but you're going to pay a pretty hefty price very early on. And then you wonder what kind of a culture that's going to establish for you. Because guess what? How many of those guys, because they're probably not going to be as good as the guys that are leaving, how many of those guys aren't going to fit the bill, and then you're going to want to chase them out the door. Then you're constantly chasing your tail.
Absolutely. And, we talked about it a lot with Nebraska football over the last couple of years, and there would be this interesting dichotomy of, like, us being we've been, like, critical of a Cam Jurgens, for example. It's like Cam Jurgens, interesting, decision to move him to center, and it certainly had some growing pains. He had some growing pains. And then when he left, we were saying, ooh, this is not good. And there was, I think, a part of the fan base that said, whoa, how can you be critical of Cam Jurgens as a player and then also say that Nebraska needed to keep him? And it's because he had experience.
Yep.
And losing that type of experience. I remember the first person that I really heard talk about this within the last few years was like Sam McEwen. And it was when some defensive linemen left. I think it was after Frost. It was either his first or second year. And just this idea that whoever is behind them is always better. Yeah. And I know I used to think that way. Oh, well, no worries. They have a really good, highly ranked recruit that was behind him, and he'll be a better player. It's like, I don't know, man. When you're losing all this production, when you're losing all these starters, it's going to be hard. And I think you just hit the nail on the head. You don't just get to go in the Louis store and find all these guys. It's going to be hard. And then you have to teach them the system. And so, look, can Deion Sanders be a good coach? Of course he can. I think I love the uniqueness of the situation. But the early part of the prime experience at Colorado, I think could be extremely rough. Extremely rough.
It most certainly can. Yeah. More on that, more on a lot of stuff coming up today right here on the Grum. I mentioned the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. All right. When we come back, do not poke the bear. Or if you do, hope he's not eating you. Because last night, the bear was eating. Oh, big time. We'll be back from Charles Schwab Field. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, three-quarter-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, you know. Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
Other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
From basketball to volleyball, baseball to softball, soccer, tennis, and so much more, the Creighton sports season is packed with action. The 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law, covers it all. Each week, we visit with Blue Jay athletes and coaches to hear their stories and document their climb through the Big East Conference. The 1620 The Jays podcast drops each Friday morning and is found at 1620thezone.com and all major podcast platforms. Just search 1620 The Jays. Covering all things Creighton Blue Jays, it's the 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law from 1620 The Zone.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C. Three everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Nick wants me to remind you that this week's deal is to Le Voltaire, which is a locally owned French restaurant serving the Omaha community for 22 years.
Oui, oui.
Unpretentious down-home cooking with French flair. And you can get two $25 vouchers, a $50 value for only $25. They go on sale this Friday at 1620thezone.com. Last night, if you missed it, and it's a Western Conference series, so chances are you probably did because,
I was unpacking and starting laundry. I stayed up and watched the whole game. I was mad when I went to overtime. I was tired.
It's pretty weird.
James drives. James is fouled and one. LeBron.
He actually looks like a bear. With the
beard
getting bigger, and then it just.
Dude, he is so big. He is a huge player. I couldn't stop thinking about that last night. He's in year 20. He's almost 40. He is a massive human being. He's so good still. It's wild.
And yet Dillon Brooks was dumb enough.
What the hell is he doing?
Was dumb enough after one game.
Yeah.
To basically say, first of all.
And then he goes after the media. Oh, it's the media. You blew it up. You're the moron who did it.
We didn't make enough of this in the moment. But when Brooks said, you don't earn his respect until you drop 40 on him. It's like,
come on, man.
Really, what kind of a bar are we setting here?
Yeah.
So if like a dude drops like has 3 games in a row on you where he drops 35, I don't respect you enough yet. You haven't dropped 40 yet. I mean, it'd be like it's almost the equivalent of the Black Knight in Monty Python, where you cut off all his arms and all his legs.
Just a flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound.
Yeah.
No, you haven't stopped me completely yet. I mean,
we talked about this
unbelievable.
Team, when the John Moran stuff was unfolding a couple of months ago, how they went from like this lovable, plucky underdog last playoffs and like, wow, what a fun franchise. All these young players to like really disliked in such a short amount of time.
Oh yeah, you had the jaw incident.
Yeah, and then
now this.
They approach the game. They act like they have all this money in the bank that they can just be like, yeah, hey, you need to treat us and respect us.
You're the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, like win something. Get to the conference finals or something before we're going to give you the flowers and give you that type of respect. And it's funny, like, I mean, we really learned this a few years ago. Not that we didn't know it with Michael Jordan, but, watching The Last Dance and just seeing how he can make up things to get angry at players on the floor and then attack them with it and use it and, become the greatest player of all time. Like, that's what these guys do. I find Tom Brady's, I was picked 199 shtick very annoying. But you know what? If it's going to motivate him to play well into his 40s, props to you. It's like, why give LeBron this opportunity to get angry at and say, all right. And he's not even playing his best ever basketball. And now they're up 3-1 regardless.
Yeah. And now, granted, he didn't drop 40 last night.
No, he did not.
But
20 and 20.
But as Shaquille O'Neal mentioned last night on the post-game show, 20 plus equals 40.
Yeah, exactly.
It's his first ever in his entire career.
That was wild. I couldn't believe that stat.
I would have thought. I mean, at some point, LeBron would have backed his way into a 20
If they would have said that
game.
about his first ever playoff 2020, I would have said, okay, that makes
Yes.
sense. But to never have it in any game was pretty crazy to me.
Yeah, 1,693 games. Wow. So not almost 1,700 games. First time he's ever grabbed 20 rebounds. And then, of course, Dillon Brooks, just ignores the media and says, dude, if you're going to talk the talk,
you got to walk the walk.
You better walk the walk. And if you can't walk the walk,
don't talk the talk.
Then you better be prepared to explain yourself.
Yeah.
And now you find yourself down and in big trouble. And it's going to go down. There have been a lot of, I'm trying to think of other great examples of people in sports who made bold, bombastic promises and then flamed out spectacularly.
Yeah.
And this one is an all-timer because it happened after the first game of a playoff series. You had the whole 40-point nonsense. It happened against the best player in the game.
Yep.
A surefire Hall of Fame legend. to some people's estimation, the best player who ever played the game.
Yeah, a top 2 or 3 player at worst ever.
And a guy who, and listen, I'm not a LeBron fan.
John, that's the
I'm
funniest
not a
part.
LeBron fan. But when he said that last week, I'm like, what are you doing?
See, that's the funniest part because I have heard that point being made a lot over the last couple of days from people who are like, I can't believe I'm going to take LeBron's side on this, but
here's the thing: it's there's not really a side to take because it was such a
the side of common sense.
It was such a brazenly dumb, ridiculous thing to say. It would have been one thing if Dillon Brooks had said that in response, and I guess he would defend. It was in response when LeBron went after him in game 1 when he got his 4th foul because he claims that, LeBron basically said he was a dumbass or whatever. I don't remember how he said it. And that's what set Dillon Brooks off. But there's a difference between, someone just trash talking on the floor and calling you an idiot for getting a 4th foul and then going into the locker room afterwards after you had won and saying, I'm not afraid to poke no bear.
Yeah.
He hadn't done anything. He's never going to do anything against me. It's like, first of all, you don't even have that much history to go back on to say that, oh, you got this great track record where, oh, yeah, I shut him down here and I shut him down. I'm the best there ever was.
Yeah, it's not like it's Draymond saying something like this, At least he has the championships to back it up.
So,
it's just
so
weird.
you don't even have to take LeBron's side. It's just so ridiculous.
Well, and along those lines, John, too, like you're trying to run through history and think of instances where this has happened. This is Dillon Brooks. Like, we're not talking about, a player like Joe Namath, yeah, exactly.
Who are you?
Joe Namath guaranteeing a Super Bowl. Yeah, who in the world is Dillon Brooks to do something
And there's a difference. There's a difference. Arguably, I guess some people could be triggered, but someone guaranteeing a win because they're that confident in themselves versus someone who is openly taunting another competitor and saying, you're not good enough.
That's true. That's a great point.
Because that's essentially what he did.
You're calling out the individual, not the team.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're basically saying you're not good enough.
Yeah, because
I don't think Joe Namath was actually calling out the Colts.
Joe Namath was confidence in his health and his team.
Yes.
This is going after an individual.
And he was tired of hearing the nonstop, the Colts are going to kill you, the Colts are going to kill you. So
That's a great point, man. That's a great point.
And again, you haven't done anything.
Yeah.
And you're doing it to the best player in the game. And I mean, you had to see this coming. This was like the freight train coming down the track, big purple and yellow light with a big number 23 on it, and here comes a LeBron expression.
Eric says, I wanted LeBron to drop 60 on him after that. Who is freaking Dillon Brooks? Who is he indeed?
And so now 3-1 series lead, and y'all in trouble.
Yep, indeed.
Y'all are in big trouble. But and then what did you think of and
next game's tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah. Well, for those watching in the stream, but
that's the second time tonight LeBron James is stood in there and taken that.
And like he is obviously an incredibly athletic player, and he is very fun to watch in the air. His body control, I think, is awesome. But when he does stuff like that, and he does it a ton, it's like, that's why your wrist is messed up right now. Like,
yeah,
I see. You got to pick your spots,
right? And it's stuff like that because obviously people are always going to go, well, block charge. We need to get rid of the charging. But that kind of reckless stuff,
exactly. Reckless is the word.
It doesn't help the cause. Of the whole block charge controversy because that's not a basketball move.
No, exactly. To jump like that and to start flailing around like that.
Yeah, it's like a pre-flop.
Yeah,
it's like a mid-air flop.
Even if you want to say, like, was LeBron set? And I think it's a valid question because I don't think he was. I think that he moved just a little bit. The way that Ja is doing, jumping into the air and just moving around like that, it's like, you're not going to get the benefit of the call. And I can't believe it because if they're going to come back and win this series, they're going to need him to perform. I mean, really, put up the numbers that he did over the weekend. Yeah. And I mean, the funniest part, John, is like the fall happens and you see him and his wrist is just wrapped up because he's hurt right now because of another hard fall. So I don't know, man. Look, they're a young team. He's a young player. You figure that he's got to get smarter off the court, but he's going to get smarter on the court too. But it's this type of crap. It's why they're not going to make it out of this series, most likely, and why this season that where they had been essentially behind the Nuggets all year long is going to end most likely in round 1, and it's just going to be done. It's pretty crazy to think of what could have been in front of them, and now where they find themselves, ahead of Game 5 tomorrow night back in Memphis.
Far be it for me to accuse the NBA of any kinds of conspiracy, but boy, some of the storylines that they've got going on right now that has led to some of the bigger ratings that we've seen. Kings and Warriors is the most watched first-round game in 20-plus years, but that series has its share of drama going in. Then you've got all the people, kneeing, punching, or, elbowing each other in the junk. Then you got Dillon Brooks, LeBron James.
Yeah.
I mean, there's for first round playoffs. I'm not going to say it. I'll never admit it. But you still have way too many teams in your playoffs, but you've done a nice job of making this one interesting.
You know what, man? I think, and this is a larger discussion and one we don't have time for, but this is showing why it is maybe easy for someone like me who does like basketball and does like the NBA, why I have found myself checking out on the regular season in the last few years, because in the end, it kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The Lakers are a 7 seed and they're up 3-1. The Warriors are a 6 seed and that series is 2-2. And I think that for the most part, that series could be 3-1 Golden State, even more so than 3-1 Sacramento.
Well, but it never used to matter as much because NBA always used to be so very chalky.
Exactly. And now you have the load management, dare I say, crisis that's happening where the regular season, like some teams, we know that they're really good. But we also, and I know that the Bucks have had, Giannis injuries, though he did play last night. But now the Heat find themselves as an 8 seed, John, who lost in their first play-in game a few weeks ago, 1 win away from going on to the semifinals. And so for someone like me who is like, I'll check in the playoffs because the regular season doesn't matter. Sadly, this playoffs is as great as it is kind of proven my argument right, or that argument that someone would want to make right. But you're correct. It's been great. I have found myself watching, and this weekend was a little squirrely with the wedding stuff.
Yeah.
But whenever we were somewhere with a game on, I certainly was watching the crowded MSG. Awesome as always. And suddenly now you look at the Knicks who could play the Heat, and it's like, my God, are we going to be talking about the Knicks in the conference finals for the first time since 2000?
Yep.
If they're able to get out of this one and then play Miami, it's wild.
Coming up, updates in the portal, and is Friday night a great night for football?
Yeah, and we mentioned Logan Smothers. That's being reported by Mr. Hummer from 24/7 Sports. There have been some responses about that I find interesting, and a question from one of our listeners about the reaction to Logan Smothers that I'd like to tackle as well.
And we'll do all of that ahead of Michael Bruns, who will join us next hour, as well as we'll get more spring fling reaction here on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The Blue Jay Zone is brought to you by Barry Law. We're in it to win it. The best season in recent Creighton tennis history came to a close last week at the Big East Tournament. Both men's and women's teams made their first conference semis, with the women going all the way to the finals, where they lost to Xavier. Head coach Tom Lilly.
I've been doing this is my 26th year, so we've never had a season like this for either team, and have both teams having just so much success right now. It's maybe in another few weeks we'll be able to look back at this and say this is really a special season. And
winning comes without a guarantee. Focus, discipline, and extraordinary effort make winning more likely. Sometimes our greatest wins come from major setbacks. Coming back from a serious injury is a win that requires teamwork. At Barry Law, we're in it to win it.
If you have been seriously injured in an accident, call Barry Law today. 402-999-7777.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. They've got a large indoor showroom at 119th and I, which allows you to shop inside during all the weather conditions to find that perfect new or pre-owned vehicle that fits your needs at Woodhouse Buick GMC, 119th and I. Stylish SUVs, capable light-duty pickup trucks, and great deals right now. $3,000 off MSRP on the 22 GMC Sierra, $1,500 SLT, or receive $1,750 off MSRP on the 23 Buick Envision. Great deals right now. Check them out online, WoodhouseBuickGMC.com, or in person, 119th and I, Woodhouse Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is pretty awesome. Oscar's offers the MLB package, so your team is always on their upgraded audio-video system, and nothing is better than watching the game with a cold frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español. Gracias, Babbel. Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per-ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. You can watch us anywhere, anyplace, anytime on 1620thezone.com. Or, hey, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube page. Then you get alerts to when our stuff goes up. Like, in case there's, like, special emergency programming. Not that we're anticipating any coaches being fired.
Don't you do that to me, John.
Anytime soon.
Don't you do that to me.
Well, it's just nice to have that out there.
Yeah, we're not going to do a special show if they fire Will Bolt. I just want everyone to know that.
They're not going to fire Will
I'm
Bolt.
just saying we're not going to do a special show if they do.
Well, it's a weird thing to bring up, Josh.
No, it's not. It's a very normal
just
thing
out
to
of
bring
nowhere.
up. Very normal. Very legal. Very cool. Very normal.
It's been coming. We've been expecting it. Now it's happening. We are starting to see players trickle into the portal from Nebraska. We have Richard Torres, quarterback, going in. Victor Jones going in. And most recently, it's now being reported, SIP has now also confirmed that Logan Smothers is entering the transfer portal. So, to the quarterbacks.
Yep, which needed to happen because the number is at 6.
Yeah.
On scholarship going into this season. That's just too many.
Yeah.
You know, and I assume that none of them, or not all of them, rather, would fit with the offense that they're trying to do.
Precisely.
So there's been this reaction. I saw this tweet, or this comment, rather, from Amazing Daniel on the YouTube page a little bit earlier. It says, nothing against the kid. I hope he does well. But why are so many fans so in love with Smothers? They were all in on him last year, but when he didn't play well, it didn't seem to register with them. And I have seen this from fans today in reaction to the news coming out. I saw one person say that they would be immeasurably sad if the news was true. And my guess, John, is that a lot of the tenor surrounds the fact that he stayed with the program, dare I say, through thick and, I mean, really just through thin and thin.
Right.
You know, he stayed through coaching changes, through coordinator through, position coaching changes. He stayed with through his head coach getting fired, having an interim head coach, and now a new full-time head coach. Now, he didn't get to participate in spring ball because he was injured. I think part of it's that. I do wonder if some of it is just maybe blindness to his abilities. Like, I mean,
yeah. Did people forget?
People forget
how he looked when he was out there.
Yeah, he wasn't a very good passer.
I guess I'm puzzled by it. I'm not. I shouldn't be puzzled by it, but I guess I am, because you knew it was a numbers game. You knew that at least one was going to be leaving, and the fact that it's two, and the fact that it's these two. I mean, honestly, the only other one that would have probably registered would have been Chubba.
Yep.
But yeah, this doesn't rise to the level of, me being overly concerned or deeply saddened. I think I kind of understand where the situation is. I mean, they literally went out and got another quarterback, someone who Matt Rule had thought was, tailor fit for whatever offense he was going to run. And while you could say, well, maybe Logan has those abilities too. Yeah, maybe, but it's a point of, you're caught in a numbers game.
Yeah.
And he also did not practice, this fall or this spring. So that was going to put him behind the 8 ball. And it's a different situation than Casey Thompson, because obviously Casey Thompson's a veteran player and he's been through the battles. Not as much with Smothers. So I'm not that puzzled.
Me neither.
I'm not that puzzled that he's gone. I'm more puzzled by the response.
Yeah.
That people would be sad. And I get it. Listen, we've seen surprise portal entries around these parts.
Have we? Anything?
Yeah.
Any ideas?
But this doesn't rise to that level for me.
No, and I had one person refer to this earlier. I was talking to him, said, "Why do people get so attached?" And I thought that was a great question, because we see this a lot. I mean, really, John, we see this in all walks of life. But we have seen this so much around here lately, where it's almost like people kind of create this own narrative in their head about a head coach, about a coordinator, a position coach, or even a player, and I think oddly we have seen that happen, because, I mean, there was zero reaction from Torres, and Logan's played in 2 more games than Richard Torres had. I mean, it's not like Logan Smothers played in a ton of games either. Yeah. I don't think Torres didn't play in any, right? But one guy did get a lot of that kind of hemming and hawing, and the other player, it was like, all right, yeah, you were gonna leave regardless. And I, not to pick on Torres too much, but somebody sent the list of his offers, like in what it looked like a couple years ago, and it was just so confusing. And I was blown away in the moment, like, what the hell is happening with this program that they're going after this guy who had offers from schools like Buffalo and FIU and Marshall, and he didn't seem to fit the offense that they were even trying to have. It baffling time.
Now, there's still a lot to go. And I do have this question, and it's one I haven't thought of yet, but obviously they have to get down to 85.
Yeah. And what are they at? 96, right? 97, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
There's still, I think, a dozen or 10 or so above the limit.
Between 10 and 12 left to go. And I expect that there will probably be a handful that will be retirements, guys who, just aren't going to play football anymore. But if we thought about the possibility of some of these guys sticking around but going on scholarship, NIL scholarship, the old county scholarship.
Yeah.
But seriously,
I would be surprised if that didn't happen. That's why I have not been hand-wringing at all about the number. I've been more curious just to okay, how are they going to get there?
How are they going to get
there?
But
it's not like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? It's just more an intrigue, because we don't really see this happen around here, or we haven't. I would be stunned if that wasn't the thing that happened, right?
It wouldn't surprise me if there were at least a couple.
Yeah. Because I know that collectives, we've seen it all around the country, but it happens here, where they'll have stuff for the walk-ons. Well, they will have deals for the walk-ons and things that they get as well. And so, yeah, it's like if you get a scholarship, if you get a non-scholarship scholarship.
Yeah, an NIL scholarship.
And here's the thing, and I think that this is one of the things that they're trying to get better at within the program, because they've been so bad on the field. But there is a coziness, it seems, to being a Nebraska football player, Because, I mean, it's a solid life, right? Like, yeah, you got to work
Yes, it
hard. And
is.
I'm not going to imply that they don't. But the spoils of being a Nebraska football player are really good. And so I understand why, if you want to play major college football, why this might be the place for you, even if you're not playing and even if the program's not very good, because there are a lot of good things that come with it. And so, yeah, if that happens, if they get the county scholarships in a new way, we need to give it a fun new name.
Well, NIL scholarship.
I like that. An NIL scholarship?
An NIL
It
scholarship?
seems to make sense.
This was an interesting survey done by Football Scoop earlier today. He wanted to go, Zach Barnett, writer for Football Scoop, went through all of the 133 FBS teams to find out how many schools are returning their head coach, their OC, their DC, and their starting quarterback.
Oh, wow. That's got to be a tiny list.
Kind of call it the core four in a way.
Yeah, for sure.
Where you got your head coach, both of your coordinators, and your starting quarterback. And how many? So 133 teams. How many do you think are returning we'll call them the core four?
5.
It's not that.
Okay. That'd be a little too
28.
Okay. Wow, that surprises me.
But that's still a very low number.
Well, I was just thinking about, so I was going through the Rolodex of the good programs. National champion Georgia. They've made changes. Their quarterback ran out of eligibility and their offensive coordinator is gone. Then I thought of Alabama. Well, of course, Bryce Young is gone. Don't even have to look at the rest of the coaching staff to know, okay, they're changing over. Michigan. John, remember the weird situation going on with their OC and what the hell's happening there? Ohio State, CJ Stroud and his low test scores is gone. So it's like you go on down the list of like the really great programs, and at least those 4 off the top of my head, all those are going to have some changes.
I'll just read off the Power Fives that have those 4 back. Arizona, Florida State.
See, and they're going to be a team that gets a lot of love.
Kansas.
Interesting.
And Kansas State.
Yeah, because Adrian didn't finish the season.
LSU.
Dude, you better get ready. The Brian Kelly era, they're going to win the division again, I think.
Michigan State.
Interesting.
Oklahoma.
See, and they're going to get a lot of love, too.
Oregon State.
Also, ditto. A lot of love.
By the way, Trent Bray, defensive coordinator. Remember Trent?
I do remember Trent. He was the linebackers coach here.
Here's another team. And we talked about it last week when we were doing the whole, who's good at developing players. Texas returns Sarkisian, offensive coordinator Kyle Flood, defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski, I think it's pronounced Kwiatkowski, and Quinn Ewers. Texas Tech with
Joey,
with Garrett, with 1T's dad, head coach. USC.
That's nuts. See, but that actually might be a problem because that means Alex Grinch is back for another season.
Utah. Oh, yeah, Cam Rising is back.
Wow, for
his 19th year. Vandy.
Yeah, cool.
Va-Tech. Washington.
Oh, of course. Kalen DeBoer, baby.
And not Power 5, but local interest, Wyoming. Those are the Power 5 schools of the 133 FBS schools who are returning head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and starting quarterback. And by the way,
a lot of teams are going to have a lot of hype.
I named all of those teams, none of them on Nebraska's schedule.
Oh, good point. You're right. Yeah,
so Nebraska won't have to face that. Obviously, Nebraska's not one of these teams, but interesting that is going to be, a big change, And so when you think about the programs and maybe who to look at, Washington is one to look at, USC, Utah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Pac-12. There's a lot of Arizona I mentioned in there.
And it's funny too, like you didn't mention Oregon, right? But they
Oregon
have
State.
Oregon State, but Oregon has, of course, their head coach back. They have their quarterback back, so they must have lost one, if not both of their coordinators. They're going to be another team that conference is going to be awesome this year. And it's crazy because it's like in its dying days.
Yes.
And yet the Pac-12 could be great football. A couple more portal questions on Nebraska's roster. One from the YouTube chat first. From Dave, he says, which of the top 4 running backs will hit the portal? I can't see Grant, Allen, Irvin, and Ramir all sticking.
See that? That's a great question. I don't know.
So many carries to be had.
That's right.
That room, I will say this. You want to talk about rooms that you are more or less bullish on. And I guess I don't want to step on our segment later, but I've maybe changed my tune a little bit on the running back situation. Not trying to overreact, of course, to a spring game, but maybe not liking as much as I wanted to over the weekend. And Ray asked, got to think Thompson is staying now no matter what. But what if Casey does leave? Do you worry a little then? I will say this. I took some notes when I was watching the spring game, and I wrote down sloppy multiple times. But the thing that I really did honestly come away thinking is they have to have Casey on the roster. I don't care if he starts or not. They need him because that quarterback room leaves so much to be desired.
It does.
Like, I love the raw athleticism of Heinrich Harburg. And, his first carry, I think, was a really good one. Maybe his best of the day. But, I mean, it's a problem that he's kind of gotten all of that love, and he might be the second best option right now while Casey is still recovering. Because I don't know if he can win you football games, in that conference. And so
can't threaten you with his arm right now.
They need Casey Thompson, just like they need Sims. They need both of those guys to be on the roster going into the fall. Otherwise, I mean, then it's just you got to protect the hell out of the quarterback because you're going to maybe have to put him in bubble wrap.
I'm telling you, Big Ten Network, you need to buy the rights. The song from The Last Boy Scout.
When did this movie come out, John?
Like 30 years ago.
1991.
Friday night's a great night for football. I would actually get excited about Friday Night Football if this were the theme. Oh. So we found out yesterday.
Oh, the chorus.
Yeah.
Bring them in.
That's right.
Oh.
Bring them all in. Seriously, Big Ten Network, make it happen. If you're going to commit to this Friday thing, Friday night's a great night for football.
That's it. That's what the lyrics said.
But we found out yesterday that
Thank you, Nick. People do
Illinois
forget.
and Nebraska are going to play. And I didn't realize this until Michael came in yesterday, but that's the game after the Michigan game. And so you're going to have a short week of recovery after what is going to arguably be your toughest spell. It might even be arguable. Your toughest game of the year.
Certainly the most physical football game Nebraska will play all season long will be against Michigan. Michigan on paper is the best team on their schedule.
Yes.
Dare I say it's not even really close. Who else would you even put in the mix with Michigan? They're not playing Ohio State this year, and no Big Ten West team, even though there won't be divisions anymore. Oh, no, wait. Are there divisions this year?
Yes.
Okay, so there will still be divisions.
We still have the
for one
great
more year.
divisions
For one more
this
year. But no Big Ten West team is anywhere near what Michigan is a football team. I find myself in the same standpoint as Odson earlier, where he was basically making fun of the people that are all like, well, what about high school football? Yet I go to high school football games like once every 3 years, and the stands are not as full as these supposed diehard fans make it out to be, that Nebraska high school football is like Texas, where 20,000 people from small towns drive. You don't do that. So, I find myself cool. I get my whole Saturday to watch other college football games. I love it. I don't love it if I'm a Nebraska coach and player, because that's going to be a short week on top of the Michigan game. But you know what they're not going to do? They're not going to complain about it, because that's not how Matt Rule and company roll. Imagine if this happened with the former coaching staff. Imagine all the bitching they would do. But, yeah, it's going to be tough on them. But, I guess as long as I don't have to do a reaction, it's good with me.
Of course.
I'll probably get it this year.
We put out a poll question on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. You are in the minority. Do you approve?
Not surprised.
Do you approve of Nebraska playing on Friday night at Illinois? 77% say Friday night is not a great night.
It's not a great night for football. Had you played them the song in the poll question?
I should have.
Friday, and then you hear the song. Oh, man, it is a great night.
I should have played the song.
It's a great night for football.
Yeah, Friday night, y'all. I think a lot of it, though, the 77%, it very little of that actually is worried about the high school game.
What is it then?
Well, it's probably just that, people like to, even if they're not going to the game, like to plan their whole day around Husker football. This is a work day.
Plan your night around Husker football.
Yeah, but it's not the whole day.
Does it go back to what we talked about in the crossover? Not menopause. Routine. They like their routine.
Yes, I think people do like their routine.
Yeah, I saw Jack Mitchell was complaining about it yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we broke the news during a segment because it came out.
He was triggered?
Yeah, he was triggered.
I saw his complaint. 3 of the 9 Big Ten games, that's 33%, will take place on non-Saturdays. You'll have the Thursday game, of course, to open the year. You'll have Black Friday, and then you'll have this one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it, but I guess I know that I'm in the minority on this.
I'm here and there on it. I mean, I agree with you. I
love having the whole Saturday.
It's nice to have that next Saturday. So when we get to fired up for football, we'll have to check out the schedule and see what other quality games we get. Because last year it was trying to remember the weekend that followed the Rutgers Friday night.
Indiana.
No. I meant
that was
the next day, Saturday slate.
So that was when I was in Chicago for just some random things. Kansas played TCU. Bama played Texas A&M. Just trying to think of random games I watched in the hotel that day.
Yeah.
Ohio State played Michigan State. It was an okay Saturday. It was.
Right.
I mean, the Kansas TCU turned into the game day game. But that's because Kansas was.
And
undefeated.
I do think, and I did mention it in the wording of the poll question. I do think that people going, oh, we're coming off the Michigan game with that.
Yeah, that's tough.
That is going to be tough.
It's tough.
I have to imagine, even though they're probably not going to say anything publicly, I don't know if that's a popular decision in the Osborne complex.
Here's the thing, though. They would rather do that than have a home game move to Friday. And that's
that's
always going to be and I'm with you. And so that's the rub in this is, okay, if you don't want that, and it's almost like, a handshake, you spit in your hand, you shake it, and it's a handshake agreement. If that's what you want, then there will be consequences of that, and this is one of them. Having a short week, after the Michigan game. Okay. Wow, how about this, PJ? Trev killed Metro High School football. Killed CP's home base, Rise of Westside. Who's CP?
Creighton Prep.
He killed their home base. What?
PJ,
what the hell are you talking about?
I don't think this was Trev's decision.
Yeah.
I don't think this was Trev's
decision.
It's
the conference's decision.
Yeah. It's conference and TV. Blame them. Yeah. Coming up next, Michael Bruns of Husker 24/7.
Does he think that we'll have to ask him?
Back in a minute on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Do they ever make a public appearance together?
You have your picture taken with them?
Like, do they ever show up at the dealership here in Omaha?
We'd have to ask an AE about that. Meet the twins and buy a new car.
Meet the twins. Beat the twins. We're going to win, twins. We're going to score. We're going to win, twins. What's a baseball score? Knock out a home run. Shout a hip hooray. Cheer for the Minnesota Twins today.
Jesus, Jimmy, see what you did? Oh, I knew this song just because I had a lot of friends from Minnesota in college, and they knew it by heart. You knew what you were doing with, again, Sharpie, who was stuck. He's frozen in time.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another quiet and mild spring day ahead for Tuesday. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. East breeze remains light most of the day with highs in the low to mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer. Visit any of our 4 locations for your new Chevy or pre-owned vehicle, or at SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for our 11th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let us handle all the details steps away on the south side of Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination. Blur Events takes care of all the work so you can enjoy the day.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct. The 1620. The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsy who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruns. It's Michael Bruns. Michael Bruns. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruns.
Michael Bruns joining us on the Unsportsmanlike Conduct hotline on now what has turned into a busy day in the portal. You know, I literally had a question lined up, ready to go early this morning.
Yeah?
Where's all the transfers? Where's all the activity? Well, we're starting to get some. I mean, it's not Colorado-like activity, but then again, these days, what isn't, right?
Colorado has they've got the Tokyo subway pushers pushing guys into the portal right now. That's how it's going. What are they? They're under 25, right? Scholarship guys left.
I believe so. I just saw a tweet here not long ago. See if I can find it. But yeah, because they had another defensive lineman enter today. 84 scholarship players on its opening day roster last year. 64 of them are now gone.
Good God. Indeed, Bruns.
The last few guys they've had enter, too, are veterans that you would hope would be, if you're going to completely redo the roster, that you would have at least a few of those veteran guys to kind of set the tone, show people around, those kinds of things. And I guess that's not going to happen.
Yeah, Bruns, I'm not someone who wants to watch a spring game and throw up a ton of red flags for any school. But I think we can learn stuff about what types of players leave a university. And I think that the last couple of years in Nebraska are maybe a good place to start that conversation. But to see some of those guys who were going to get obvious playing time and were going to be contributors, to see them wanting to move on. I mean, look, maybe it's just a Ryan Nembhard type situation and they're going to end up at a football equivalent of a Gonzaga. But I don't know if that's going to be the case for all these guys.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't think so either. I mean, I just think it's, I understand. What were they, 1-11 last year? I mean, they were not a very good football team at all.
Yep.
But you would hope that there would at least be a few guys on that roster that you could hopefully build around a little bit. I mean, you're essentially, what you're doing is you're going to completely redo spring practice in August under basically under the gun of having to play an actual game within a month. I mean, maybe it works out. I mean, I maybe it does, but I would not bet again. I would not bet on it. I mean, that's just kind of where they're at.
Two quarterbacks today, Richard Torres, Logan Smothers, also Victor Jones going into the portal. None of them particularly surprising, I would guess, at this point, right?
No. I think those were pretty expected. With Logan Smothers, I mean, I give him a ton of respect for sticking it out as long as he did. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's anybody among that group that's surprising. I would actually be surprised if there were a surprise, if that makes sense. Like, I think that there's a fair number of players that you could look at as, needing to probably jump into the portal just based off of some of these conversations that the coaching staff's going to have this week. I mean, it's going to be, pretty straightforward conversations, I feel like, if this is where we see you right now on the depth chart. Because Matt Rule said they're going to focus on right now, not really project out. And I think that there's spots where there's just a glut of players that, it's just going to make sense for a lot of these guys to move on.
Bruns, did you watch the game on Saturday and come away like some did, but not everybody, thinking, yep, that's their guy at quarterback in Sims?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of been my feeling all spring. When a head coach brings in his guy and says that, he's an NFL type quarterback, that to me is a pretty strong signal anyways. And I think of the guys that were in uniform. I mean, I think Jeff Sims is far and away the guy that gives them the best chance to win right now. And I don't really see that changing. I mean, I think Casey Thompson is going to have something to say in that competition. And I don't know that I would say that it's, 100% locked that that's the guy. But, when you've got 15 practices and a new offense to get a handle on things and kind of show what you can do, I mean, I think that's hard to overcome. As much as coaches say that they're keeping open minds and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, I think Jeff Sims probably has the best chance there. And when he's the hand-picked guy, I mean, you're already starting so far ahead from just a perception point.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7, joining us here. The running back room, and we were just talking about it during the last segment, you wonder about the log jam in there and how many carries are there to go around. Gabe Ervin got a lot of talk, but it didn't feel like there was a lot of separation within that group.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't really have the big flash plays from anybody. And I think that might be the one thing in looking back at the spring game that you would have liked to have seen more of was, a guy catching a crease and going for 20 yards. And that just didn't really happen. I mean, you saw a little bit of Ramir Johnson showing what he can do. A.J. Allen in very small doses, looked pretty good. But, I don't know. I mean, I don't think the staff needed to see a ton from Gabe Ervin in that particular scrimmage. I mean, I think he had a pretty strong spring to that point. And, I mean, I kind of continue to think that, the strength of that group is going to be in the numbers, not necessarily one individual player. And are there enough carries to go around? We'll see. I mean, that's an interesting group when you start talking about who might leave or, who might want a little bit more opportunity. But, I think they've got enough players and a variety of players where if they can kind of keep that group together, I think it's got the chance to be a pretty strong running back crew. I mean, I thought, at least to my very amateur, untrained eye, that the offensive line looked a little bit better than what we saw last year, especially the first group. So maybe there's a chance for that group to do a little bit more this season.
Bruns, turn into baseball. We're going to have Evan Porter, the head coach of Omaha, on in just a moment. Why have they been able to have so much success against Nebraska? Like, it's not even just a this year thing, but obviously a win tonight would be the first ever series sweep that they've had versus the Huskers in program history.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I've always kind of wondered if it's one of those things where, when a coaching staff, and my sense has always kind of been that Omaha is really, especially with the in-state games, and not just Nebraska, but I felt this way with Creighton too, that, that's a real kind of mile marker game for that program. And, you can kind of see in the way they play, that there's a little bit of edge there. It was last season. There was quite a bit of jawing back and forth between the two dugouts at various times when they played. And, I think that's always been the thing that stood out to me the last couple of seasons. It just seems like UNO has kind of warmed to that fight a little bit faster than maybe what Nebraska has. And, certainly Nebraska's issues with midweek pitching being what they are this year hasn't helped. But, I do kind of wonder sometimes if teams in that situation, mid-major teams, if they, come in there with a little bit more edge and a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder for those in-state type rivalry games. I think that matters. I mean, I think sometimes it's hard for teams to kind of get up for midweek games. And I think Omaha's done a pretty good job recently of kind of coming out and really setting the tone early offensively in those games. And, I think part of that is just the way it's emphasized by Omaha's coaching staff. They've done a really good job of that.
Michael Bruns, Husker247.com. Did the Iowa series expose some things that may have been buried under the surface the last few weeks?
Well, I obviously think the big concern coming out of that Iowa series was, Jace Kaminska had struggled his previous two starts. They gave him the week off, kind of the same thing against Iowa. Emmett Olson obviously was not his normal self on Friday night. You didn't have a starting pitcher get into the fourth inning. That's a really tough way to win weekend games, let alone weekend series, when you're having to lean on your bullpen so much. So, I think when you kind of look at the way that the season's unfolded, especially early on, they were relying a lot on those top two guys to get deep into weekend games and give them a shot to win series. And when that hasn't happened, that's a tough place to be, and you're having to out four guys. And I think the offense is still, they can, hit with the best of them, but when you're having to rely on it so much every game, you're going to run into times when it's just not going to happen. And, one run in 18 innings plus your three starters on the weekend not getting into the fourth, you're not going to win much playing like that. So we'll see if they can bounce back. I mean, it's a tough week to do it when you've got Omaha tonight, you got South Dakota State tomorrow night, and you have three at home. So they're going to have to fill innings somehow.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. Brunsy, thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy the game tonight, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks a lot.
Later, Bruns.
Michael Bruns joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. You wonder, and, at this point, Nebraska now knows what its fate is. They have to win the Big Ten tournament to make the NCAAs.
Yep.
And so you kind of now transition. Yes, you still like to win the conference if you could. It's not like they're totally out of the conference race, though they are now closer to the cutoff line than they are to the top of the league. That's how jam-packed things are right now. But psychologically, tonight for Nebraska, you're coming off 3 losses to Iowa when it looked like you were starting to build some momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Just didn't play well at all. As Brunsy said, didn't even get out of the fourth inning for any of the starting pitchers. And you're playing an in-state rival, a team that you should be better than.
Yeah.
But they've had your number. They've out-toughed you. This is one of those moments where if you're Will Bolt, you're like, guys, I need to see what you're made of. Because I do think that's a big part of what Omaha brings.
I couldn't agree more.
I mean, I used to see it all the time with Creighton, and to a degree it still happens with Creighton versus Nebraska. But Omaha has always been the littlest of the little brothers, always trying to make their way up. And then now they're finally getting games against these in-city teams or in-state teams, and they're winning those games. They're bringing an edge and a motivation and an attitude that if you don't match it, that's how you lose those types of games. If you're Will Bolt, you're like, guys, I need to see what's inside. I need to see if you got it in the you-know-whats tonight. I think, there's an opportunity here for Nebraska to try to make a stand and right this ship. But if Omaha comes out and is the tougher team again, they're probably going to lose.
I look forward to talking to their coach about it. Coming up next
on 1620 The Zone.
It's the 5K giveaway on 1620 The Zone. Enter to win a $5,000 shopping spree right now at 1620thezone.com. It's the 5K giveaway on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Savimbi, Rotella's Italian Bakery Bread. They've been doing it for over 100 years, taking care of your everyday baking needs. All types of bread. They celebrated that 100 years because they wanted to tell you about their tradition. It's a family business. That's what it is. Head over to 108th and Harrison, visit them or your nearest grocery store. Again, 100 years serving the community with high-quality bread products. Hot dog buns, hamburger buns, brat buns, whatever it is, check it out now. Rotella's Italian Bread, over 100 years of tradition.
Ever walk through a door and see all the trucks? Yeah, it's kind of like that at Gretna Auto Outlet. Half-ton trucks, three-quarter-ton trucks, dualies, gas or diesel. Gretna Auto Outlet will be happy to show it to you. They don't call it truck heaven for nothing, Stop in the climate-controlled comfort of the indoor showroom or online with the virtual showroom at GretnaAuto.com. Gretna Auto Outlet, open Sundays too, just north of Nebraska Crossing on Highway 6 in Gretna.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
How powerful is the Cox network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away.
Connecting to remote operating room.
Giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox network, with multi-gig speeds now available, it's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
Easy Cater presents We've Got Your Back, Up Singers.
Backing you up.
So I ordered Mexican for my team at work.
With vegetarian options for Jerry.
And I'm in a meeting and I remember Jerry's vegan.
Love the cheese.
So I text Easy Cater and they reply, no prob, we got this.
Gonna fix it for you.
Sometimes I get vegetarian and vegan confused. Kind of like Austria and Australia.
Geography is not just strong suit.
Dietary needs, Easy Cater has your back with over 100,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 on easycater.com and know.
We got your back.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back, John and Josh, here at Charles Schwab Field. Got Creighton and UNLV tonight, but across town, Tal Anderson Field, big night for Omaha baseball. Chance to get the season sweep over in-state rival Nebraska. The head coach of the Omaha Mavs, Evan Porter, joins us on the program. Coach Porter, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
How excited are the guys right now? I know it's one game, and baseball is a sport of series, and you obviously have focus on, what you want to do next weekend against St. Thomas, the Summit League. But is there a little extra pep in the step for a moment like this tonight?
Well, I don't want to sound too cliche, but we try to treat it as any other midweek game, and we go into tonight with our game plan and try to execute it. So that's been the message this week, and that's how we're approached tonight.
So along those lines then, Coach, I have to imagine for you going into this one, maybe it is, I guess, a little easier, and you're not going to do a rah-rah speech, I imagine, for a Tuesday night game regardless, but that you certainly don't have to do so tonight versus the team 50 miles down the road and everything that a victory over them tonight could represent?
Sure. Well, we've got a bit of an older group this year, too, and that always helps when we go through a season, and especially, we've had some ups and downs this year, and we're trying to figure out how to play better on the weekends, and so I think, I guess to answer your question, like I said, we've got an older group, and there's not too much need for rah-rah speeches or anything like that. They know how to work, and they know what needs to be done, and now it's time to try to go out and do it.
You mentioned at the beginning of that answer the veteran group and the ups and downs. I remember the last time we had you on this season, it was right after the series loss to UCLA. Yep. Some tough losses in that, and you have responded. How do you think that this team has responded to that adversity? And I guess, have you been surprised at all at maybe the way that they approach things day to day?
No, I haven't been surprised. And again, that goes to the experience of the players that we have. They are a really good group of guys, and they like being around each other, and they know how to work hard. And I think that's a pretty good recipe to, every season there's going to be some major challenges that you face. And if you're around the right type of person and right type of teammate, you're going to get through those challenges a lot quicker than if that weren't the case. So I feel like we have that type of group now, and we've, like you mentioned, we've had some ups and downs, and baseball's a game where you want to try to stay as even keel as possible. So I think having a little bit of an older group has benefited us in that regard.
Evan Porter, head coach of Omaha Maverick Baseball, joining us ahead of tonight's game against Nebraska. How do you best describe what Mike Bovey has done this season? Usually when you see a guy like this who's a really good hitter and you see the power numbers take a jump like it did from 2 years ago to last year, you think, okay, he's probably going to take another jump this year. But instead of the power numbers jumping, his batting average is top 10 in the country, and in 30 games, he's only struck out 6 times. How do you explain his season and kind of where his growth has come from?
Yeah, I think, all the credit goes to Mike and how hard he's worked. He mentioned the walk to strikeout ratio or the low strikeout numbers. And I mean, that's just unbelievable what he's done at the plate. It almost seems like there's times when he's more comfortable with 2 strikes than he is early in the count. And I think he's such an advanced hitter that sometimes he'll kind of feel out, especially in his first at bat of the day, the umpire zone. And, if he'll take a couple pitches that he might be swinging out with 2 strikes just to see if that's, the most outside an umpire will go, or high or low, all those things. And it's just, it's special watching him, play the game.
What has he meant for the team this year? Wyatt Sellers on the mound. I mean, he's played well against Nebraska, picked up another win on the season, his 3rd of the year over the weekend.
Yeah, Wyatt's really turned it on, and he's battled some injuries throughout his career, so it's good to see him throwing without any pain. And I think when he's when he's out there without pain, you can see what he's capable of. And we were in a tight situation this past weekend with White. He actually got 4 outs in the inning. I think the umpires reviewed the 3rd out, and all our guys had already ran off the field, and they ended up overturning the call where the runner was safe. So that can mess with the guy, especially late in the game when it's a tie ball game. But Wyatt he kind of carried the guys on his back. He said, "Come out with me," and I got this. And sure enough, a big strikeout, and then that took us to the bottom of the 9th, where I think Mike Bovey walked us off.
Evan Porter, Omaha Maverick baseball coach, joining us here tonight. Omaha versus Nebraska over at Tal Anderson Field. Now, we've talked about tonight, but you're building off of last weekend, getting the sweep. You go to St. Thomas this weekend. Do you feel like if there is a moment that your team needs to start building some momentum, this is the perfect time to do it, because you're getting into May now, and all focus is going to be pretty soon on that conference tournament and trying to get that NCAA bid?
Absolutely. I think this is maybe the biggest weekend of the year for us, and it's going to be another tough weekend. St. Thomas can pitch it and play defense, and that's a good formula for keeping some close ball games. Looks like it'll be some lower temperatures up in St. Paul, so good days to pitch. So we got to find a way to not only score runs, but hold them down to a minimal number with our pitching staff and our defense. So, to answer your question, yes, I believe this upcoming weekend is the biggest one of the year.
Coach, looking ahead again to tonight, what are you expecting to see from Nebraska, especially after they're coming off of the tough series versus Iowa where they got swept? Of course, looking to avoid the series sweep versus you guys this year. What are you expecting to see from the Huskers?
Yeah, they've got a really great team, and Coach Bolt and his staff do a great job with their program. They play the right way. They're really tough. Obviously, they are unbelievable offensively this year. So, they're going to be ready to go. And I think a team like that, the way they're coached, they'll respond to some adversity, like you mentioned, maybe a tough weekend this past weekend. So they'll be ready to go, and I think our guys will too. So hopefully it's a good crowd, and I know it'll be good weather and a good environment for baseball in the state of Nebraska.
Yeah, it should be a beautiful night over at Tal Anderson Field. Evan Porter, Omaha baseball coach. Coach, good luck to you tonight. Good luck this weekend, and good luck the rest of the season as you guys try to make your way into that. I mean, it'd be one thing to sweep an in-state rival. How about getting that first NCAA tournament bid? That'd be pretty cool, too.
That'd be great.
Coach,
thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
You bet. Evan Porter, Omaha baseball coach, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. By the way, speaking of Mike Bovey, the boys in the morning had him on today. You can check out that interview in our radio replay section. It is incredible. I mean, he's hitting over 400, but he's only struck out 6 times in 30 games. I mean, half the time you accidentally strike out once a game or once every other game. He's not even striking out barely once every 5 games for a guy who can swing the bat and hit for power. And as I mentioned, he only has a couple of home runs this year, but everything else, it's about the completion of his game. And I'm guessing if the weather gets warmer, he might start to elevate the ball a little bit more. But just a great season that he has had, and hopefully it'll continue for him the rest of the way.
Yeah, and going against a team, I mean, gosh, you just wonder where Nebraska's at right now mentally. And I think that Bruns hit on it in the previous segment, why Omaha has, had so much success. I thought Coach Porter did a really good, deft job at answering that question. But, I mean, you know that this would mean a whole lot for this program to pick up a W tonight and get that sweep on the year.
Well, coming up next, it's time for Mike Farren.
That's more baseball.
It is more baseball. Mike Farren coming up.
Baseball.
Did Josh jinx the first place Pirates by being in their presence?
I'm going to tell you why I didn't jinx them when we return.
I'm going to
tell you why.
I wish you would have.
Why? Oh, Rockies. I think the Rockies suck.
Yeah, but they didn't have to beat the Rockies that bad.
If John wants to get sad about it, I get it. John's a Cubs fan.
Everybody's going to beat up on the Rockies.
Yeah, John would be sad because he he's in that same division. Nick, you're a Rockies fan.
They didn't have to dunk on him that hard.
would
That's
be
an
like-
insult to injury, you know?
It would be like a Texans fan being all emo, or the Colts being like, oh man, the Titans, they're really good. What do you have to deal with that? You're 3-14 or whatever. Don't worry about the good teams.
It's
Worry
like
about
kicking
yourself.
a sick puppy, Josh. That's what they did
I would
to
never
the Rockies.
I would never do that. I'm not Connor Happen.
Well, it's the Rockies have been a sick puppy franchise for a while.
Yeah, they went to one World Series. People forget about that.
That was a long time ago.
It was.
Before Nick was
10.
born.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mike Farren joins us next, live from a ballpark.
Oh, baseball!
Where Craig's getting ready to take some BP. Ping! That's right. We'll hear a little ping during the Farren segment coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, we've got some wrecks to avoid this afternoon. A crash involving a police officer at 90th and Fort is slowing things down through there. You're also going to want to avoid the area of northbound 680 at 31st with a crash with injuries. And then if you're east on 370, delays between I-80 and 144th. If you're north on 144th, delays between 370 and I-80. And the usual delays if you're west on Dodge between 72nd and 90th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
The Nebraska Lottery has raised over $923 million, which has helped to provide more than 117,000 college scholarships, save wildlife habitats across the state, and fund new facilities at the Nebraska State Fair. The Nebraska Lottery, helping to build a better Nebraska.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español.
Gracias, Babbel.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs. Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
Howdy, folks. Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Zzz, blip. Did you know there's some fun open water fishing to be had this time of year? There is. In our cold water, northern and western Nebraska trout streams, wonderful spring-fed waters, support mainly rainbow and brown trout, and you could even work on your Trout Slam Challenge in those. Get more details at outdoornebraska.org. That's outdoornebraska.org. Turning to the state parks, there's nature to experience. The playgrounds, campgrounds, and trails are all open. And be sure to check out the naturalist programs at state parks as well. For spring wild turkey hunting this year here in Nebraska, hunters take note, there are some major changes because of lower bird numbers. See us at the Game and Parks Commission for more information. That'll wrap it up for now. I'm Greg Wagner with the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission.
Hurry and shop the final days of Springfest at Lowe's. Ready to get started on your spring planting? Right now, get select Bonnie 19.3-ounce vegetables and herbs, 3 for $12. Save on indoor updates, too, with up to 40% off select bathroom faucets and vanities. Shop Lowe's today, because Lowe's knows spring. Valid through 4/26. Bonnie offer available in-store only. Actual plant size varies. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit uet.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mike Farren, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farren Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farren. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning.
Charles Schwab Field. How you doing, Michael?
I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Not bad. It's like the intersection of Pittsburgh came together here. Last week you kind of said, Pittsburgh, they're okay, but they'll fade.
Wow.
And they're still winning. And Josh over here, Jinx Boy, went to Pittsburgh this week.
Au contraire, mon frère.
So this is the week to start counting out the Pirates because
it's because of that, not because the Dodgers are coming to town. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a coincidence.
Mike, here's what I want to say in the defense of me. Our good friend Mike.
I don't think we need you to defend yourself.
No, okay. I want for the 3 Pirates fans in Omaha, I want them to hear this. So 5 years ago, I was making a trip out to Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. And I reached out to Mike and I said, hey, do you know anybody with the Capitals? Because I'd love to take a friend of mine to a Washington game. Mike did know somebody. We had incredible seats, a great time. And you know what happened? 2 months later, they lifted the cup, John. So congrats to the Pirates
help the
on
Pirates.
lifting the dumbest trophy in sports.
They can't lift the Stanley Cup up the Pirates.
They could. And maybe have a double party or something like
Congrats on the Penguins winning the cup. Are they even in the playoffs?
No, they didn't make the playoffs.
No, they suck. God, it makes me so happy. I hate the Penguins. Mike, I went and saw.
What do you have against birds?
Many things. I actually have a shirt at home that says "Birds aren't real." So I went to the Pittsburgh Sports Museum yesterday. Have you ever? Well, you've never been to Pittsburgh. Have you ever been there, Mike?
I have. It's right near the Andy Warhol Museum, which is terrific.
We were going to go to that too.
Highly recommended. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have time for that, but we did go to the Sports Museum, and there's the bat that Mazeroski hit the home run with in 1960. Did you know they spelled his name wrong on the bat? They got it bronzed, and they spelled it with an S, not a Z. Nice town you got, Pittsburgh, you idiots. So there you go. And that's enough Pirates talk for me today.
That's a lot.
Well, actually, there is news with the Pirates.
Did they spell his name right this time?
Ryan Reynolds signs an 8-year contract extension worth $100
million.
What was it? 107 million deal. I'm trying to think. When's the last time Pittsburgh signed anybody to that long of a contract?
Well, they did a deal right before opening day last year with Ke'Bryan Hayes, but it wasn't for this number. I mean, this is the first night. This is the biggest contract in Pirates history. I mean, it's. I think there's only 3 teams now that have not signed a 9-figure deal. It's the Royals, the A's, and the White Sox, or at least extended their own player for that. I guess the White Sox haven't signed any player for that. I think Benintendi's deal is the richest in franchise history at $75 million. So. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge deal. I mean, they kept a guy who was viewed to be on the trade block because nobody was sure whether or not he was going to line up with their window of contention. Reynolds has been a very good offensive player. And, certainly they, need good players. And so this is a great commitment from ownership to trying to put together, what should be a core of a very good team within the next couple of years because they have talent in their farm system.
Also, Mike, it means he gets to play in that really cool stadium.
Yes.
Mike was correct. What a stadium. one of the best, if not the best I've ever been to. It was awesome.
It's incredible. Yeah, it's beautiful. The view, especially if you sit on the third base side, the view of downtown there is amazing. And, the Clemente Bridge, which is the one that goes through left center field, or outside left center field, is actually closed right now for repairs, but they have these pedestrian bridges, the three, bridges that are painted yellow that you may remember from one of the Batman movies. I think it was The Dark Knight.
Dark Knight Rises.
Was it Dark Knight Rises? I thought it was the Dark Knight Goes to Summer Camp. I thought that was the one that was the one with it. But
stadium's collapsing.
But yeah, it's an incredible ballpark and a great fan base, and they have not had a lot to cheer about in the last several years. I mean, they had a pretty good run for about 3 seasons. I think they'd like to keep this group together longer. I'm a big fan of Ben Cherington, the general manager. I think he's doing things the right way, and I think they're going to be – listen, I think they're a little out over their skis right now, but another year from now, year and a half from now, I think they're going to be in a much better position.
Well, speaking of some of these early first month of the season overachieving teams, you got the Diamondbacks, you got the Pirates, you got the Cubs, you got the Rangers. Who among like that group right now seems like they have the best staying power based on how they're built?
Yeah, I think it's Texas. I mean, Texas is a really good team if their starting pitching stays healthy, and that's the big key, right? I mean, the Rays have outscored their opponents by more runs this season than the Rangers have. And, if Jacob deGrom is able to make, 25, 26 starts, that's a huge boost for them in getting back to the postseason. Nathan Eovaldi is a very good pitcher. John Gray is pretty solid. They have done a lot to try and bolster that. And, add in that they had signed, Corey Seager and Marcus Semien a year ago to help anchor that offense. And I think, and with what Nathaniel Lowe did last year in breaking out at first base, I think they have a really good core there and some really talented young position players that are coming as well. So I think Texas is the one that is best positioned to continue to make a run because they have a ton of high-end talent that's on that roster. It's just a matter of whether or not they can keep them on the field.
Well, and it doesn't hurt that the Astros are still kind of sleepwalking through the first month of the season.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing better of late, and I'm not really worried about the Astros.
That's true. They did whip up on Atlanta.
Yeah, they're 12-11 now. So, listen, Houston's pitching is very good. Their offense is probably not as dominant as it was a couple of years ago, but it's still good enough. And they have an excellent bullpen. So I think Houston is still a team to beat in the division. But I think, the Rangers are definitely going to be one of those teams that's in the mix for a wild card berth.
Mike, do you find the Rays success is the word that I keep thinking of is cool as I do? It's fun to follow them every day just to see are they going to win again? Are they going to now they're 14-0 at home, which they're approaching now the best start ever that a team has had at home. And I find myself kind of like I did in '98 where I'm checking Griffey and McGuire and Sosa's home run totals. I find myself waking up and or following it the night before. Hey, did the Rays win again? It's I don't know. It's just cool to me.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, there's not that often that we've seen teams open the season 20-3. So, I mean, we were talking this morning a little bit about the '84 Tigers, which John will remember well. Yep. That team opened the year 35-5. And, that's probably still an awful lot of heavy lifting for the Rays to do. But, I mean, that's, what if they go 15-2 in their next 17 games, that puts them right there with them. It's an incredible start. And I think the other part of it is that they have some really fun players. I mean, Randy Arozarena is, it's fun to say Randy Arozarena, but he's also a really fun player to watch.
It always is.
Wander Franco is a superstar. He's one of the best offensive young players. I mean, he's only 22, right? This guy's just coming into his own and made a spectacular play yesterday, too, ranging into foul territory. We ended up having to barehand a pop-up. It was sick. They're a lot of fun. They have some really good arms in that rotation, and they're going to get Tyler Glasnow back in the next month. And I think that's going to make them that much stronger. I mean, I wasn't anticipating them being at the top of the division right at this point or having run off 20 of the first 23, but they don't have a whole lot of work to do really to continue to be, in the mix for a playoff berth. I mean, they can play 500 kind of the rest of the way and probably find themselves in the postseason. So it's a fun start, and it's a fun team. They have a couple of really, really good players. And, yeah, when you see teams go on runs like this, it's like when Cleveland won, what was it, 22 in a row a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
2017, right? Like, you woke up every day being like, can they do it again? And, for 3 weeks they did, and that's kind of what the first 3 weeks of the season have been like with the Rays.
Well, on the opposite end of the fun spectrum, and I think we still have Royals fans in our
Oh,
audience.
God, I almost asked about them today, too.
Yeah. Can you give our, 5 fleeting Royals fans who haven't given up on the summer already just something to be happy about? I mean, besides Aroldis Chapman probably, building himself back up to being a good trade prospect in June or July.
Yeah, I mean, I think the second half of the season is going to be better than the first half for them. I mean, the Bubic injury is the one that really crushes me. I mean, they were making some strides on the pitching side, and he really looked great. Chris Bubic had to have Tommy John surgery and is lost for the year. I mean, I think there's talent there. I just think it hasn't come together yet, and they're still relatively young. Vinny Pasquantino is great. Like, he's going to be a really – like, I was light on him. I thought he was going to be kind of a Rhys Hoskins type. I think he's going to be better than that. I think he's a capable middle-of-the-order hitter on a championship team. I mean, he manages the strike zone and makes swing decisions as well as anybody in the game. Unbelievably good dude, too. I think if anybody who came across him when he was with the Storm Chasers would tell you the same thing. He's just a really special guy. And Bobby Witt Jr. is starting to make some adjustments, and he's an exciting player. If he can make some better swing decisions, he is a dynamic athlete who's still incredibly young. And has pretty loud skills. So I think those guys and MJ Melendez give them a really good, young, exciting core. I just think it's going to be a while before they find consistency. And listen, they're going through some changes too. I mean, they've completely revamped their pitching plan and their pitching development plan. And that's going to take some time to get implemented. I think it was a really good move, what they did. And I think you're going to see some benefits from it as the summer goes on. But there's going to be some rough patches here early on, and I wouldn't be surprised if the second half of the season you start to feel like, hey, these guys can play a little bit, start to see things get a little bit more positive for the Royals.
Mike, in the last handful of years, we have seen the Warriors leave Oakland for San Francisco. We have seen the Raiders leave Oakland for Vegas, and now we're going to see the A's leave Oakland for Vegas, which is just wild when you consider like the market size of just that area that they are losing those 3 teams in such a short amount of time. Where do you find yourself, I guess, coming down on this? Because I have seen like the glass half full of like, it will be cool to have a team in Vegas, but then obviously the glass not even half empty, but all the way empty of it sucks that a city like Oakland is now, they're losing everything in the sports perspective within a span of a decade.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm really sad for A's fans. They're my favorite fans. I love A's fans. They're just this really fun, quirky, gritty bunch. And, that team has pretty significant history in Oakland. I mean, they've been there for nearly 60 years now. So their third stop as a franchise, right? Vegas will be their 4th if that deal gets done. But it's really painful because the owner of that team basically gutted the squad in the effort to try and get it ready to do something like this and to use, I think to some degree the city as leverage against a deal in Vegas. And, he's leaving the 6th largest media market for the 40th and going to play games outdoor in the summer in Vegas. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm not sure that I'm necessarily, I think it's different trying to fill the arena for an NHL game when you only have 40 home dates a year versus twice as many for baseball, but we'll see. I mean, I've got a really good friend that works in Vegas who texts me and he's like, I'm not going to put this online because everybody will yell at me. He's like, but they're going to build that stadium if it gets done a block from my apartment. And he's a huge baseball fan. And he's like, I can't wait. Like, I'm excited. And so I think for people who live in Vegas, it's super exciting. I think it's great for them. But with the way things have gone over the course of the last 2 decades, I mean, it's just been a slog in trying to get a new stadium done in Oakland. And there have been, I think, a fair amount of barriers that have been put up to what that ownership group wanted that didn't need to be there if they were fully committed to Oakland.
Doesn't it almost have to be a retractable roof stadium, Mike?
Yeah, it's going to be partially retractable from what I understand.
Because obviously the heat, you're talking about, June, July, August, September, even into Las Vegas. And
yeah,
in triple digits. And I know, obviously they play mostly night games, but still you want that flexibility if you can.
What's partially retractable?
I don't know exactly what that means. I don't know if that means that there would be like panels that can raise and lower where, you would have that open air feel, but a roof on it altogether, because you're going to have it air conditioned too.
Maybe it's just
that's the other part of it.
A big sunroof.
Sunroof, like a car. Okay.
It's more like, you ever see the Simpsons movie, that thing that blots out the sun?
Yes,
that's what it's going to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they were going to do in Qatar. They were going to have like the air conditioning machines just fly over stadiums and shoot mist down on you. They could have that in Vegas.
The Mist Boys.
Pretty sure shower shows are different in Vegas, Josh.
Yeah, depends on what time of the day or night and which part of town you're in. So now, how much? Because Rob Manfred has talked about, the whole expansion question. We need to get a stadium situation for the A's and the Rays. Now, how much focus goes on Tampa? Not that there wasn't focus already, but with the A's now moving closer to probably a solution there, it would seem like Tampa's probably on the clock now, aren't they?
Well, Tampa's further ahead in the process than Vegas. They have an agreement to redevelop the Tropicana Field site and around that with another developer. They were announced in January to have that, so they're working through the letters of that now. That'll create a multi-use facility, kind of like what they have in Atlanta, with restaurants and bars and about a 26 or 27,000 seat stadium. So that one is probably further along than where the A's are, and moving in the right direction. But you're right. I mean, once those two things get done, and the deadline has kind of been set as the mid-January of 2024, then I think the attention will turn to expansion. And I think expansion has been kind of a back burner issue. I think with the collapse of the regional sports networks, the chance for owners to split up, something like $4 billion combined between the two entrance fees for two new franchises probably would get them to push that along. And right about the time the next collective bargaining agreement would come open, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw that there were two teams that were starting right around that.
So now that Vegas is off the table, or will be off the table, what talking about Portland?
I don't know that Vegas was listen, the Vegas as an expansion spot, I'm not sure that that's something that MLB was looking at. Because the same thing with the Rays, when the Rays were talking about doing that split season thing with Montreal, one of the reasons, my understanding, was that Montreal, they didn't feel like was a viable expansion city. So I think, you're probably looking at Nashville as one of the, I would look at the biggest media markets that aren't served, that don't have, a major league team. So, either of the North Carolina cities, whether it's the Triangle, Raleigh-Durham, or if it's Charlotte, I would think would be on the list. I think Nashville would probably be on the list. I think Portland, I think Vancouver, British Columbia probably would be on the list. It's just a matter. Salt Lake City is trying to make a bid for it and is actually growing. I didn't realize their market size is significantly bigger than what Vegas's is. They're in the low 20s in that.
Oh, wow.
So I think there's a couple of options that are out there, but in the end, like if you're tracking it, look for good market size with really strong corporate dollars. So, like Charlotte, I think is attractive because it's banking, right? Like it's not going anywhere. Raleigh-Durham would be attractive because it's tech, right? Or science, and the research triangle has a lot of well-to-do, educated people that are there that they would want to tap into the money. Nashville is a fast-growing city. I've heard San Antonio mentioned in the past. So, there are cities that are like that would probably fit the bill. But anything that is a top 30 type market that doesn't have a team would be, I think, reasonable to consider as a spot that would look for expansion. And I'll throw one other international destination. I think Mexico City's the other that would be considered. Biggest city in the world.
That's true. Mike Farren joining us, talking some baseball. Read Passon this morning on ESPN.com, and he broke down the first numbers for the first month of the season, and really the comparable numbers are to 2018 in terms of batting average and balls in play and things of that nature. And kind of his conclusion was, the three true outcomes are still very much alive. It's happening in a time frame more reminiscent of gameplay in the early 80s with the reduction in the overall time. We didn't certainly expect the new rules package to just magically fix everything about baseball. So are these numbers particularly surprising? You think secretly baseball would have liked to have seen a little more improvement getting away from the free true out?
I mean, they may have liked to have seen that, but there was nothing in the data that they presented from what happened in the minor league changes that showed that was going to happen. So I don't think they can be particularly surprised by it. I think tempo and pace were the number one things that they needed to address, and so they found a way to do that. And people like stolen bases, they like extra base hits, right, like the doubles and triples, and so the stolen base part is coming back, but it's only, to your point, to 2012 levels in terms of the number of attempts per game. I think what's interesting is that in that piece too, it showed for all the people who've complained about, including somebody I was talking to last night about, well, I wish there was more time at the end of games. I don't know if you caught this in there, that pitchers with men on base are still delivering the pitch with nearly 8 seconds to go. Like, they have more time. There's a way greater amount of time that pitchers could be taking that would still, lead to a significant reduction in the game time, but maybe not to the pace that we've had which is close to 1985. I mean, I really like the pace. I think it's good right now. But if they wanted to slow it down later in the game, they absolutely could within the confines of the rules. I mean, they're only using 2/3 of the time, basically. So I think, anything that, like, if you want to change the 3 true outcomes, then you're going to have to either, disqualify any pitcher that throws a pitch over 95 miles an hour, or limit the number of breaking balls or off-speed pitches that are coming. Like, you're going to have to create restrictor plate racing, basically, is what you're going to do. I mean, seriously, guys are throwing harder than ever before. They throw their fastball less than ever before, right? So, and breaking balls are harder. Changeups are harder. Like, there's just, think about it. Like, when guys throw harder, the decision window is shorter for hitters. And that's why the strikeout rate is what it is. And I don't think that any of these changes are going to alleviate that. It's a power game, and it's still going to be a power game.
That would be hilarious.
We need worse players that throw it slower.
Well, no, just the idea of, bottom of the ninth, 3-2 count, 1-run game. Guy hits 96, and the big number flashes up on the screen. Umpire walks out, points, and says,
God, that'd be so funny. I'd laugh so hard. I would lose
You're
my mind.
allowed to use 3 breaking or off-speed pitches in the bat. Go. But I mean, I think one thing that they will look at down the road, because I've heard it whispered a little bit, is limiting the number of pitchers on rosters, which I think that would help to change it some, because then that's the way that you're going to value starting pitching again, right? If you limit the number of pitchers on a roster to like 10 or 11, that's what we grew up with in the 80s. That would be significant in terms of what you're able to do to try and have to pace yourself through an outing, and probably would lead to more balls in play as well. So I don't know that that's something that's going to happen anytime soon. I'm sure that the Players Association has some thoughts on it, because while it wouldn't reduce the number of jobs in the big leagues, it would, talk about removing maybe a quarter of the pitchers that are pitching from big league rosters, which they may not like. So, I don't know that we're ever going to get to that point. I think this is what
and then there's the new experimental rule in the Atlantic League too about
the double hook is stupid. That's not going to do it. Because let me tell you why the double hook isn't going to save starting pitching, because it does nothing to change the fact that starting pitchers struggle more the third time they face a lineup. What it'll do is remove, if you were to implement that in Major League Baseball, JD Martinez, Nelson Cruz, those guys would be out of the game faster. Hell, Shohei Ohtani wouldn't have a spot, really, because what would happen is that instead of employing a full-blown designated hitter, what you're going to do is employ several utility players that you can hit ninth to give multiple at-bats to, and then pinch hit whenever that spot comes up. It's not feasible for trying to keep pitchers in the game. That's not the way it's going to work, because, again, the math doesn't change. Pitchers, historically, this is going back hundreds of years, the third time a batter faces a pitcher, the advantage shifts significantly. And that's why starting pitching has been devalued, because they have a lot of relief options to be able to go to.
Yeah, which is why Alex Cobb, who last night for the Giants pitched a complete game, only the third complete game of the season so far. We need to start treating these like a perfect game. Where there's the mob scene,
breaking
the fireworks.
coverage.
Yes,
we go live.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Hey, it's a 5-4 game, but he's pitching a complete game, folks. Let's go live to, PNC Park and watch this exciting final 3 outs. We need to start treating the complete game like a perfect game.
I like it. That'd be fun.
Just because I like more celebration, that's all.
I'm all for celebrating. Hey, you know what comes tonight to AAA? Automated ball strike. Tonight's the first night.
The robots, baby. AI has been in the news. It's been all over the place lately.
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays in AAA, the robot will call balls and strikes.
Nice.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they will have the challenge system, which is actually awesome. It's really great. It's kind of like the tennis challenge system where the hitter, pitcher, or catcher right away can tap on their head and they can challenge a pitch. And you basically get 3 strikes, right? If you're wrong 3 times as a team, you run out of challenges. It's really good. What I'm concerned about is the robots clearly have a better union than the minor league umpires because they don't have to work weekends.
If I was on the broadcast for a minor league team on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, I would open up the game with Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto by Sticks.
I think Nick Batters is going to come in there and just absolutely smack you upside the head if he hears that.
Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Well,
Domo.
Our good friend Marty Cordero, the
President C.
I
need to text him.
I'm guessing we're going to have a lot of R2D2 noises from the ballpark.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah,
bleep
absolutely.
bloop for me too.
Yeah,
bleep bloop. Bleep bloop.
A lot of bleep blooping. A lot of bleeping and blooping. But there's no robot umpires here at Charles Schwab Field. That much is for sure.
Is anybody going to hit a home run today? How's the ball flying at Charles Schwab this year?
Yeah, John, how is it flying?
Well, Creighton did have 2 home runs over the weekend against
First
St.
2 of the
John.
year?
No, it was not the first 2 of the year. It was not the first 2 of the year.
We're on a record pace, right, for home runs in college baseball? Per game?
No, I did not know that.
2 per game right now is where we're at.
Yeah, see that the problem is, it hurts that, Creighton doesn't have Jared Wegner anymore, who, now playing for Arkansas, who, could hit homers on the regular. I mean, Jack Grace is doing his best, but yeah, it's hard. It's a little different now. Not as many sluggers in the lineup.
Creighton going to win the conference?
Probably not. I mean, UConn is still good. UConn's still really good,
really good.
But the Jays moved themselves back into position. The problem has been their offense. They've just their approach at the plate has been a little wonky, and they're starting to get a little more aggressive. They showed it last weekend and ended up putting up double-digit hits all 3 days, and they can keep it up with Andrew Meggs winning the Big East Player of the Week last weekend after going sub 200 all season. If he can get going, maybe.
Xavier's plucky, too. Keep an eye on Xavier. I mean, they finished strong last year, too. Billy O'Connor's club is plucky, I would say.
Yeah, I tell that to John every day. They're the plucky boys.
And the Jays get them both at home.
Ooh, that's good.
Xavier in 2 weeks and UConn the final week of the regular season. So looking forward to it.
Delish.
Hopefully there'll be a championship on the line that weekend.
Yeah.
Mike Farren, Sirius XM MLB Radio. All right, Michael, thank you. And
thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day with your ceiling fan.
Enjoy the baseball game with Josh there.
Well, Josh
won't
be staying for the baseball.
I'm driving home
tonight.
Going to go see my dog.
Lucky for John. Okay, I'll see you later.
Bye, Mike.
There he is, Mike Farren, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Creighton and UNLV coming up tonight here from Charles Schwab Field. When we come back, Tiny Baby Buffs. How many more
It's
Colorado?
time for an update.
How many Tiny Baby Buffs entered the portal again today?
Mm-hmm.
The answer, all of them. And still to come, which position groups do we think Nebraska can or will be better this year over last year? All still ahead on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Our Twitter overlord, Elon, he says the following: voting in polls will require verification. I cannot pretend that any of you out there will pay for the right to vote in our dumbass poll questions. What will happen to this show on April 15th? What do we do here? Will it just disintegrate into the pit of nothing?
Here on the Connor Happer Show, we are pro free and fair elections.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Pleasant this evening, a few clouds around, temperatures in the 60s. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, lows drop back in the lower 40s, and partly to mostly cloudy on Wednesday. Still pleasant, though, highs in the mid-60s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, getting reports of a crash slowing things down on westbound Dodge at 84th. Also, got some delays on eastbound 370 between I-80 and 144th. If you're west on I-80, a little bit of a delay between 60th and 680. And then also delays on northbound Blair High Road between 90th and State Street. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Luss Hills Harley-Davidson.
Come see the toy box at Luss Hills Harley-Davidson, overflowing with pre-owned bikes just waiting for you to saddle up and ride back home. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson, I-29 and Highway 34 south of Council Bluffs. Rise up and ride on.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
It's spring. Now is the best time to shop at Lenaha for all things garden or landscape. Our garden center is filled with the largest selection of homegrown plants, flowers, trees, and more. The area's best mulch and soil available for delivery and pickup. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lenaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Creighton coverage on the Zone is presented by Berry Law. At Berry Law, we fight alongside those who choose to fight back. Call Berry Law at 402-999-7777 or visit berrylawfirm.com. At Berry Law, we're in it to win it.
It's midweek action for the Creighton Blue Jays as they play host to the UNLV Runnin' Rebels. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:45. First pitch at 6 o'clock. Tuesday night baseball, the Creighton Blue Jays are on 1180 The Zone.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Good on you, David Duke. This, the basketball David Duke.
On 1620 The Zone.
And I can just tell you this, that I want to build a team that's tough.
I just want you to know, I'm coming.
This is going to be hard.
Not to compete, but to win.
And it's not really just about me. It's really about all of us because we have to be all in.
Not to show up, but to show out.
And that plan involves working harder than the next man.
Not to be amongst the rest, but to be the best.
We want to have fast players, explosive players. We want to have speed. We want to have great quarterback play.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me.
The passion for young people was reborn inside of me.
So I want y'all to get ready. Go ahead and jump in the portal.
Countdown to September 9th. Folsom Field in Boulder, Nebraska versus Colorado. We are at 137 days. Wow. Which represents a number about 5 times greater than the number of scholarship players remaining on Colorado's roster.
And I think 137 is also the average weight of the players on the roster as well.
Again, at Tiny Baby Buffs, follow that. For great fun and trolling of Colorado. But
lots of trolling.
According to, I'm looking at. Oh, yeah, that was last week. Last week.
I miss this.
So the latest is that another starter who was probably projected to be a starter this year for the Tiny Baby Buffs, Jalen Sammy, defensive tackle, enters the transfer portal. He started 32 games. He is now the 19th player since the spring game. Since the spring
John,
game.
that was, 3 days ago?
That was 3 days ago.
Good God.
He is the 19th player. Colorado, and this is according to Robbie Weinstein of 24/7 Sports, Colorado now dips to below 20 scholarship players on its roster.
And that's not counting, of course, the class that they
Yeah,
signed.
there is a class that's coming in. So they'll replenish, because what did they end up? Was it over 40?
I'm just looking up. I'm going to their.
I think it was over 40.
All right. So they had in the 2023 recruiting class, according to 24/7 Sports. Now let's see. 19 signed a letter of intent. 29 transferred in. So what's that? We're
So
talking
that's
about 48. 48 players that. So yeah. That's a lot of players.
I mean,
good Lord.
Colorado's going to have less than 65 players on scholarship at the beginning of fall camp.
Yeah, and the portal, so you can go into the portal for 5 more days for the rest of the week,
right.
the rest of the month, really, and then
Yeah.
May 1st, you have to have your
right.
You have had to have done it by then. So
Yeah.
then they're going to add more players. And remember, because of the rule structure of college football, when you have a coaching change, you're allowed to do a lot of fudging of numbers.
Yeah.
So I guess there is a world, right, where they could. Is there a world where they could get up to 85? I guess so.
Well, they could, but again,
how do you find those players?
Again, it goes back to: are you just going to be grabbing guys to grab guys?
Filler. It's filler, right?
It's all filler.
They're having bodies to have bodies.
And then,
which honestly, you know what, John? They might need just for health reasons, right? You probably need the bodies. It's just there's a world, man, where they're putting themselves way behind the 8 ball for the future. You know, I think you and I have been kind of bullish on him, right? I know we've had a lot of fun lately, but you and I were very bullish on this hire.
I love the hire from all of the different aspects of it, and I'm not saying the guy can be a failure. But I just wonder if it's one thing to do something like this at the FCS level.
Yes.
It's another when you're in the Power 5.
Yeah, you look at the start of their schedule. Let me pull it up real fast. Obviously, we know
TCU,
Nebraska. And then after that, they have Colorado State. So that's a game they should win. But, John, do you know what they have at the end of September? They're at Oregon, and then they host USC.
John.
That's like a 1-4 at best.
By the way, Colorado State's one of the teams that is returning its head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, quarterback. That's not
dude, that's like a 1-4 type start, if not 0-5. You know, and if they are going to be this low on the numbers, there was a text that we got earlier from a listener, Adam, when we were talking about the scholarship numbers for Nebraska, and he was pointing out I'm not worried about this. I'd rather be in the position where you gotta lose guys than have to add them, because essentially the latter is like a self-imposed scholarship restriction.
Yeah.
And that's where Colorado finds himself right now. And I think the concerning thing, if I'm a Buffs fan, it would be that it's not just filler players that are leaving, which we have seen that here. It's that players who had experience that could be kind of the foundation and backbone of year one of a rebuild, that those guys are bailing too. I think Matt Rule has done a really good job seemingly at keeping more of those guys around than I would have expected. If they get to the end of this week and the running back room is secure and Casey Thompson's still on the roster and all these things, it's man, props to you. Who knows what the season's going to look like, but at least you can look these players in the eye and say, I believed in you and I wanted you on my team.
Right.
But, this is also how Deion's been acting since day one with the whole Louis thing.
He's going to put on a brave face.
Yeah, he has to.
But I guarantee you this is a surprise to him.
Yeah.
That there's this many who, right after spring ball, said, done.
Yeah.
Out of here.
Well, and again,
gone.
One of the ones from today, I think that really should have them concerns. It was a defensive lineman. And if that guy leaves, because obviously if you enter the portal, it doesn't mean you're totally gone. But if he leaves, all of the defensive linemen, right, that played last year or that haven't any experience would be gone. And, like, I think it's one thing, man, to say, like, we're going to have a new starting quarterback, and even our whole quarterback room is going to be new. Like, I think you deal with that, in whatever way you can. Losing every defensive lineman, though, just like if you lost every offensive lineman, you're putting yourself in a horrific spot.
Sadly, for our friend Max Olson of The Athletic, he put out a story yesterday
updating this every 5 seconds,
documenting the number of transfers, and it's already gone up again today. But Colorado's had 46 transfers.
Wow.
The next nearest team is Ole Miss and Arizona State with 29. And with the transfers that have happened today, I think that number is now probably over 50.
Mm-hmm.
Over 50 have transferred out. And he put out a chart of returning players by position. And they are now
they
have no more wide receivers. They have one quarterback. They have one running back. They have now no defensive linemen because of the transfer today. 2 outside linebackers, 1 cornerback, 1 safety, 4 inside linebackers, and no specialists, no kicking specialists.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's left from last year.
That's crazy, man. It's crazy. Just seeing that, and he also had a graphic of the transfers for the the top 7 teams in the country in terms of most players lost. So they're number 1 at 46. The next closest, and again, this story is yesterday. Next closest is Arizona State at 29, Ole Miss 29, et cetera, et cetera. But at the bottom, it has the Power 5 average, and that number is 16. So they're 30, more than 30 now, right? Above the average of most players lost. It's just going to make year one really hard.
Looking ahead, for those of you who would like to wager on such things.
Ooh, what's the line now?
The line is Nebraska 6.5.
Ooh, I think that's gone down a half point. I think it was at 8. Or am I thinking of the Minnesota
No,
game?
it's been steady at 7.5.
Okay.
The Minnesota one is 8, but Nebraska is minus 7.5. And if you are looking at win totals, and yes, there are a handful of teams where there's some win total props. Would you like to guess what Colorado's win total prop is?
God, it's probably way too high. 4.5.
3.5.
Wow, never mind. Okay.
And the juice is to the over at minus 128.
Yeah, they're going to get a lot of suckers. I bet on the under for sure. They're going to get a lot of sucker bets.
You can get even odds right now on the unders at 3.5.
Again, I just looked at the first 5 games. Nebraska's in there, of course, TCU before them, and then Colorado State, at Oregon, USC. After that, they also have Arizona State, Stanford, UCLA, Oregon State, Arizona, Washington State, and Utah. So they avoid Washington. They have the rest of the good teams in the league.
The whole schedule is Power 5 with the exception of Colorado State, and that's a rivalry game.
Great point. So they're going to be – that's why they're actually going to need filler, because they're just going to get beat to hell. They're gonna have injuries.
Take the under.
Yeah, seriously. I think the under is a slam dunk.
Go to the FanDuel Sportsbook right now. Promo code 1620. Bet the under. Even odds right now at 3.5.
Yeah.
Before that sucker changes.
Whew, that's rough, man.
Yeah, it is. But it's 137 days.
Be here before you know it.
Yes, it will. It will be here before you know it. Hopefully, Josh won't promise any snow.
Well,
or not promise.
Yeah, I was
going to
say,
which means then it will snow.
Yeah.
Which actually would be an advantage for Nebraska because the tiny baby bus would get lost in the drifts.
That's true. Oh my gosh, the 2-foot drifts knocked him down.
Coming up, finally, somebody is taking a hard stance against vandalism. Next on 1620 The Zone. John Bishop here for my good friends at Woodhouse Chevy. And there is still time, my friends, to get yourself and find yourself a brand new Chevy Silverado. Right now, you can get the functional, dependable, tough Silverado 2023 lease. The 2023 Chevy Silverado 1500 for $499 a month for 39 months with 10,000 miles per year. Or receive 0.9% APR for 60 months on the 22 Chevy Silverado 1500. Trust Woodhouse's knowledgeable, friendly staff to find you a Silverado that not only meets but exceeds your expectations. So whether you're shopping at the dealership in Missouri Valley or from home, the process is streamlined to save you time. Visit woodhousegm.com and see Woodhouse Chevy's entire selection of Silverados. While you're there, you can fill out the credit app, value your trade, and schedule a test drive, all at your convenience. So when it is time for your next new Silverado, find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy. Exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley or woodhousegm.com. With approved credit, first payment and doc fee due at signing. Must have current GMF or Conquest lease. See dealer for details. Expires 4/30/23.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Kathy Knoyer with Knoyer Garden Center. The beauty and color of spring is in our greenhouse, featuring thousands of gorgeous hanging baskets and hundreds of varieties of Knoyer grown product. Come in and talk with our family of employees who will help you find what you're looking for. Whether it's home decor, annuals, perennials, shrubs, tropicals, or vegetables, we have it all. Knoyer Garden Center is located between Highway 370 and Cornhusker on 66th Street in Papillion. Open daily, 9 to 7.
At Knoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Switch to Cox Mobile and save $100 on iPhone 14. So whether you're keeping up with your book club
It all began in Manchester.
or sharing your latest recipe, you've got a plan that fits you based on the data you need. Switch today and save $100 on a new iPhone 14 featuring the most impressive dual camera system on iPhone. The new Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Limited time offer for existing and new Cox Mobile lines. Prices exclude taxes and device activation. Other fees and charges are subject to change. Other terms and conditions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for our 11th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let us handle all the details steps away on the south side of Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination. Blur Events takes care of all the work so you can enjoy the day.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Your exclusive home for Royals baseball in Omaha.
Right up the middle, base hit, and the Royals are a winner.
1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Back here at Charles Schwab Field, we've got Creighton baseball tonight over on our sister station, 1180 The Zone. Airtime here in a little over an hour. Well, the SEC, they say it just means more.
They do. I don't think they're putting their money where their mouth is, though, on that one.
Well, they are putting their money where their mouth is, or potentially putting their money where their mouth is when it comes to enforcing their rules. The SEC has some of the more aggressive, I guess, rules against field storming,
yes,
court storming, tearing down of goalposts, a.k.a. vandalism. And you get, for example, Tennessee last year, of course, beat Alabama. They stormed the field.
People forget.
They were hit with a $100,000 fine. Now, here's a funny thing.
Didn't they? This was the thing where they raised the money from the fans, even though they have an SEC TV contract.
Now,
gosh, that's pathetic.
Here's the thing: the first violation, because it's a $100,000 fine after the second violation.
Okay.
The first violation was for a basketball game in 2006.
Whoa!
So there's no such thing as a statute of limitations.
No. Wow.
Wow. There was video of the president at UT, Randy Boyd, being asked how much the storming of the field and the goalpost replacement was going to cost. And he nonchalantly answered, "It doesn't matter. We'll do this every year," all while holding a cigar in hand, watching it unfold from the comfort of his stadium seats.
Now, wasn't Sankey there?
Yes.
Did I hear that? Okay, I thought that I heard this.
Well,
so he's doing this, and Greg Sankey is watching all of this unfold.
Right.
Wow.
Sports Illustrated reports that there is a conference working group on event safety formed by Commissioner Sankey last November, just weeks after the field storming, a.k.a. the vandalism, against Alabama. Alabama AD Greg Byrne, Josh Brooks, the AD at Georgia, and Kentucky AD Mitch Barnhart were also in the committee. And it's obvious that these fines are getting just laughed off.
Yes.
And
it's pocket change.
In a day and age where the monies have never been bigger and
seriously,
continue to grow exponentially, you would have to level six-figure fines. I'm sorry, seven-figure fines.
You have to get to at least $1 million or more.
It would have to be seven-figure fines for people to actually take note.
Yeah.
But that's not what the SEC is reportedly looking at.
No.
Apparently.
Real quick, John, I would say that what they are proposing, I would say is actually a more drastic move, and it would just get to it, because I have a theory about something that could happen coming from this.
Among the suggestions by this working group is to take away a future SEC home game. Example, let's use the Tennessee-Alabama case at play. The Vols would play their regularly scheduled game, which is next year at Tuscaloosa.
Yep.
Then they would lose the home game against Alabama in 24, and they would have to play in Alabama again.
Yes.
And that's how the punishment would work. So it would not only be taking away a home game, but it would also be to the benefit of the team who got the field stormed against. In this case,
even though
Alabama.
they were the road team in said game.
Right, but I'm saying,
it's
the idea behind this is they want it safe for everybody, but they especially want it safe for the opposing team. They don't want any fight situations. If you remember back to the Tennessee Ole Miss game from a couple of years ago, where you had the bottle of mustard coming out of the stands and just a lot of ugliness. This is kind of some of the thoughts behind this is we don't want those teams, to be impeded or their safety to be in jeopardy in any way, shape, or form. You're right. This is if there's a way to do this without doing the fine system, this would be a deterrent.
John, what would you say in SC? Well, what would Nebraska lose in terms of revenue if they had a home game taken away?
Well, last time I remember, with ticket revenue and everything else, I want to say it's north of $5 million.
Okay, so that's why I asked that, because a $1 million fine is one thing. Losing $5 million in revenue for a home game, not to mention everything the city would lose, it would be a huge loss. Not to mention, just fans would be pissed because they wouldn't get a home game. Here's something, and I don't know if you can do a little control F. I believe Greg Byrne is on,
Yes.
Okay, see, now that's interesting to me that he is on this working group, because They don't storm the field at Alabama.
Well,
because it's Alabama.
Yeah, and one of the other athletic directors is from Georgia.
Yeah, see, those programs,
those schools aren't going to have field stormings anytime soon.
Bingo. So in a way, this would benefit like the best schools.
And think about Alabama. Think if this happens with Alabama. They get an extra home game.
Alabama weirdly has a 10 home game schedule in 2028.
The only other, unless they were able to finagle it some way where they know in advance, okay, Alabama's going to get an extra home game that they wouldn't have got normally. So then we have to change the schedule somewhere else down the line so that Alabama doesn't have more home games. But that's creating a whole scheduling mess that then starts to affect a lot of teams down the road. So, excuse me. So you either have to be willing to live with the domino effect of changing out one home game, or you're just awarding a team like Alabama with an extra home game, all because the other team's fans the year before
they beat you,
ran on the field and vandalized.
Yeah, because like Clemson, so their fans storm the field for every game. They don't storm; they go on the field after every home game. So it's one thing if it's a situation like that, but most of the time when field stormings happen, it is because an upset has taken place.
Yes,
and thus in this structure, you are really rewarding the great teams. Now, how about this from Zach? How long before Auburn fans dress up like Alabama fans and go to a road game in Alabama and storm the field?
I'm guessing that
would be awesome.
I'm guessing if you took the extreme measure, and I think this would be an extreme measure.
Dude, this is way extreme.
Of doing this, that they would have to go in and like truly investigate it and look at it. So I mean, the odds of another team dressing up as the other,
I would laugh so hard.
It's funny in concept, but I guarantee you that stuff would be
in practice. It'd be really difficult.
It'd be very difficult.
Shane writes in, "Don't lose. There's the solution." I mean, it's funny. That is certainly one of the solutions. Johnny picks this. Is there a number of fans that have to reach the field for the fine to kick in? Because if not, what if the visiting team's fan section stormed the field anyway?
Again, they would if they went to the extreme measure that this is of taking away a home game, they would. There's no way. It would have to be Nebraska taking over Notre Dame Stadium, and then rushing the field for it to have any kind of effect, because there's not enough fans. Plus, you would know exactly where they came from because most stadiums all have the visitors in one section.
Yeah.
So it's not plausible.
I will say this, I think even as someone who doesn't like this in theory, and especially court stormings, I think you see more out on even than field stormings and
I'm not really.
Yeah.
I like. Listen,
the visual is awesome.
I loved watching it. But now, at the same time, and this cannot be argued, when you literally go in and tear down the goalposts, that is vandalism. You are committing property damage to property that does not belong to you. Yet it's been an accepted practice.
Yes.
I am. From a logical point of view, from a safety point of view, I'm more worried about the court stormings because it happens in a smaller space,
and thus you're worried about injuries and something bad happens.
And because you have the exchange of the teams happen. Not that those things can't happen with football, but with football, you have 100 guys out there wearing shoulder pads and helmets. You'd have to be an absolute moron to cause something
like a Missouri football fan in say like 2003 or something.
Right,
like
exactly.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, and basketball, I think it can be more of an issue. But that said, I mean, in all honesty, I don't necessarily want field stormings and court stormings to be ended altogether. But I also do understand some of the logic behind this, because
John,
we joke about it, but it does mean more down there. And man, people can get real sensitive, and with more alcohol. See, this is the thing. You don't see this in the NFL.
You don't
see people
because they have police officers standing around the whole field.
Exactly. Well, now that we've added more alcohol into the mix, you do wonder if these types of events happening in a college atmosphere have a better chance of getting violent or getting mob-like, because there's more alcohol now readily available in these stadiums. Yes, I know people have been drinking at college football games forever,
but now
and they've
it's
been drinking
easier
the tailgate.
to access.
But now it's just easier to access.
Yeah, plus, man, like, I'm with you. So I love the visual. I think it's really cool. On the other hand, I also would understand why these athletic departments and university presidents would be frightened of their own. There was that documentary on ESPN like a decade ago about the Hillsborough disaster where a bunch of soccer fans got crushed to death.
Yeah.
And like they're trying to be proactive because nothing like that has happened, right? Like we haven't had a storming of the field result in death yet, which is good. But I have to imagine that they're frightened of that happening. And like, not to John be like, society's going to hell in a handbasket, but like we are a worse person right now.
Decorum is worse.
We're seeing it all over the place. And so like, I guess I would understand why they're like, I just don't even want to have this opportunity.
And the fact that you have executives or, administrators at these major colleges literally just thumbing their nose at we'll pay that all the time. Replace the goalpost. We'll do that anytime. I can, maybe if people weren't as brazen about that, maybe they wouldn't feel the need to be a little more
Tennessee
aggressive.
doesn't act that way last year. They're not reacting the same, in the way that they are right now. And like I heard Stuart Mandel was telling a story this week about like the 2002 Ohio State game when they beat Michigan to go to the national championship and their fans stormed the field. And he said that like officers were macing fans to try to keep them off the field. And it's like, you don't want to get in situations like that either, because speaking of mob mentality, you could also get to it in that perspective too. So like, I'm on two sides. On one side, I love it for college football because I think it's cool. I thought it was awesome when Tennessee fans did it last year. On the other hand, we are a bunch of idiots right now in the world. And so it's destined for something horrific to happen. So I understand why they would try to curtail it before it could.
Unfortunately, and of course it doesn't involve Nebraska anyway because it's the SEC, but the days of Nebraska warranting a field storming have kind of gone by the wayside.
I'm pretty sure it's been since 94.
But God, wouldn't it have been nice to get an extra home game out of the times that Iowa State or Kansas?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Storm the field,
Dude,
and Nebraska gets an extra home game because
Colorado stormed the field when they played in 2019. What if this series coming up this year and next was both of them were in Lincoln? That'd been pretty nice.
Well, it's definitely I don't know if they'll go this far, but the fact that it's actually out there in the ether, and believe me, it's being leaked intentionally,
definitely,
to find out what people think about it.
Yep. And
if there's enough support for it, it may actually happen.
Chris in Montana, another good point. The losing team also is in the best of moods. Michigan State, Michigan Tunnel, etc. Safety of fans and players. Like again, like we are getting close to something really, really, really bad happening in one of these situations.
Lucky. We honestly were lucky at Michigan.
Yeah.
As bad as that got, we were lucky that didn't get a lot worse.
So again, I understand why these folks in charge are like, we got to stop this because something really bad could happen if we don't. And then at that point you have to do it. And everyone's like, well, why didn't we make a change earlier? Like, I think that they want to avoid that type of conversation.
All right. When we continue, it is time for the happy hour. Which position groups do you think Nebraska will be better at in 2023 than they were in 2022? Also, more analysis of the Aaron Rodgers deal.
Ooh, yeah.
And what it means for the JETS. Jets. Plus, we have Bet of the Day. We have content. Josh is going to go through his travel log. It's all coming up here from Charles Schwab Field. John and Josh. Nick back in our studios at 50th and Capitol. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a crash has the left shoulder blocked on westbound 680 at Pacific. That's causing stop-and-go traffic back from Dodge. Also an accident on 132nd at Harrison Street. A stall has the right lane blocked on southbound 144th at Dodge. Also a stall has the right lane blocked on eastbound Dodge at 84th. That's causing delays back from 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Nanfito Heating and Air.
Don't sweat it. Air conditioning season is coming, and Nanfito Heating and Cooling, your Rude Pro partner, will get your unit cooling you off this summer. Residential installation, repair, and maintenance on all brands. Schedule your appointment now at nanfitoheatingandcooling.com.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
When using an ATM, you probably don't let strangers look over your shoulder. But experts at the Office of the Comptroller say thieves may watch without you knowing it. Thieves can use card readers to skim or steal account information and tiny cameras to watch you type in your ID number. To reduce your risk, beware of any unusual or suspicious devices attached to card reading machines, and cover the keypad when entering your PIN. For more information, visit helpwithmybank.gov.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization. Last year, PACE served over 5,000 area kids with wholesome competition and free participation in soccer, baseball, CrossFit, and flag football. To help PACE and local families make sure kids have access to safe and fun spring and summer activities, please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
Husker football will be here before you know it, and Tickets for Less has you covered with the best selection of seats to every home game this season. Forget about that Michigan game, and also on April 22nd, the spring game. Shop for your tickets and save with 0 per ticket fees at ticketsforless.com. Plus, you're going to get a bonus discount just for listening to 1620 The Zone. Simply enter the promo code THEZONE at the checkout page at ticketsforless.com to get this special offer. That code again is THEZONE, all in one word, for special savings at ticketsforless.com.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no per ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. When you're gone.
The happy hour is on the air.
You said it so loud it burped out our signal for a second.
I apologize.
He's out of control over there. You can tell Josh is very happy to be back in God's country.
It's nice to be home, man. It's nice to be home. Had a great time at the wedding, though. Congrats to Caleb and Cass getting married. They're over in Scotland.
Scotland?
They left right away.
Scotland? That's kind of a weird
Ireland, one
place.
of the lands. Scotland, Ireland, Scotland.
Those are two very different countries, and both of them will get mad at you for that.
I don't care. Nick, you think I care about
Do you think the guy who thinks that women get shorter because of menopause?
I was right. Were you?
Right.
Yes, they lose bone density. We talked about it earlier. I know that they're different countries. I just can't remember which one they're in. I think it's Scotland. I think they went to Scotland. They're overseas, though. They're having a great time.
Dude, when you gave them their gift or wished them goodbye when they got in the car and
gave them a hug
and they walked off and you threw the rice at them or blew the bubbles or whatever the kids do these days, did you say, and have another shrimp on the ball?
I should have. No, I didn't. I should have, though. They're in Ireland. That's where Guinness is, right?
Yes.
Okay, they're in Ireland. Yeah, I remembered the picture of all the Husker football players last year at the Guinness factory.
See if they can find a statue of the failed onside kick.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure.
Oh, here it is, matey.
Outside of the Aer Lingus Stadium or whatever it was.
Aer Lingus. Remember that word, Nick?
Yeah.
God, it still sounds like something we shouldn't be allowed to say on the radio, and yet it's a sponsor.
It's a weird word.
It really is. So, yeah, congrats to them on their wedding. Had a great time. I do not like public speaking. I hate it. Because I was a co-best man with my youngest brother, Luke. I hate it. I'm not good at it.
Why didn't you just turn it over to Luke then?
I wanted to say some. We both said words. I wanted to say some words.
Many words on many sides.
I have the best words. I tried not to look at my phone. I'd written out something, and I didn't look at it until the very end because there was one thing I wanted to say in particular. But I hate it. I said if you could put me in a studio with a microphone, I'd be totally fine. But when I see people, I'm like,
you should just
my voice gets all shaky.
You should carry a microphone with you for speaking engagements. It's not hooked up to anything. You just have it. It's like a safety thing.
It might help.
Well, then how do you perform it like when we do our show on the road in front of like when we went to Colorado a few years ago? We had all those people.
Point. Maybe it's just it's the show. Maybe I'm just comfortable doing this and everywhere else I'm not comfortable.
Well, you should have taken a pair of headsets.
That's what I should have done.
You should have just walked in.
Here's Josh's
the
headphones.
Snow is done.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been nice.
You should have done that.
It did rain. They are at Ireland. I just confirmed Ireland. So I eventually got there. I just had to talk it out a little bit.
No, you had to wait until your mom texted you.
Thanks, Mom. Hope they have a great time in Ireland, which I definitely remembered.
Yeah, totally remembered. All right. We haven't really had a chance, you and I, to flesh out the spring game. And
what a game it was.
Yeah, it was tremendous in every respect. But
there was snow.
We have discussed in the past part of our reasoning for why we, expect certain things out of this team, why I tend to tamp down the expectation just a little bit. But one of the arguments being made, and I understand it, and I totally get it, is that Nebraska's coaching is going to be noticeably and decidedly better.
Definitely.
And certainly the efforts that Matt Rule has embarked, his coaching staff has embarked to scrub the negative mental vibes and make this a more mentally tough team. That process is well underway, and I'm guessing it was very near the top of his list. It's at the top of every coach's list. Obviously, you want to establish your culture, but I got to imagine that when Matt Rule, started watching the film, started kind of diving in, when he really thought, all right, I'm going to take this job.
Yeah.
I'm guessing one of the things that popped out right away was, man, these guys don't know how to finish games. And one common denominator in a lot of teams that can't finish games, they're not mentally tough.
Yeah.
So I would expect this team will be mentally tougher this year. Now, will that actually equate to more wins? There's a lot of other factors at play. But one thing we haven't really discussed much, and it's also a big part of the equation as to what next season is going to look like, is this team better from a physical standpoint, from a football playing standpoint? Not so much the mental side, the physical side.
Or are they a bunch of tiny baby buffs out there?
Do you think they will be better position group by position group? And so I thought we would just kind of go position group by position group and talk this out a little bit and see, all right, well, where do we see this team being better with each position group?
Yeah.
And we can start with quarterback.
Now, this one's interesting because it is so contingent on Casey Thompson returning or not returning.
Yes.
Like, I want to read this tweet that we just got. We went to break from Philly. He says, I didn't buy into Smothers being the quarterback when Casey transferred in last year, but this year I do believe that he is more talented than Harburg. I truly believe that Harburg belongs in Division II, but Smothers was injured and Harburg wasn't. So, ... And look, like, I don't want to overreact to a game, but one of the things that I heard as spring ball unfolded was, like, Harburg might not be the guy that we want him to be.
No.
And I think that has, in the limited experience that I've had of watching him, which is like an open practice a couple of years ago, and then 2 spring games, he has never blown me away with passing.
No.
Hell of an athlete. I like watching him run the football, but like, it's 2023. Your quarterback has to be able to throw. I think that they lost ultimately dead weight in Torres. I think Logan Smothers is an athletic player, but I also thought his passing left a lot to be desired. Yet, if Casey Thompson returns, I will say unequivocally they are a better quarterback room than they were last year, because last year they had one good quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
This year, I think that they could have two. At the very least, they would have two quarterbacks that have started major college football before. So I think this one's pretty easy, cut and dry. It just depends on if Casey is back and if he's not. If he is, they're a better group. If he's not, I guess they're probably worse. It just depends on how well Sims is going to play. But the backups beyond him, it's rough.
Yeah,
it's a rough room.
I mean, from now, sure, you can only play one at a time. So, really, what it comes down to is, can Jeff Sims be better at doing Matt Rule's offense than Casey Thompson was at doing Scott Frost / Mickey Joseph's offense?
Yeah, that's the question.
Last year, and that's really where the question is answered. But you do have to factor in the depth as well, because Nebraska has notoriously gone through quarterbacks pretty heavily, and if you're going to be running the football more with the quarterback position, the odds of Jeff Sims making it through the entire season without needing to be replaced for even could be a couple of series, it could be half a game, it could be a full game, it could be multiple games. The odds of that aren't as good.
We haven't seen it around here a lot over the last
where a guy's made it through
through
the entire season.
Especially given he's a running guy.
I would agree. But yes, Casey Thompson is the linchpin to all of this, because unless we get a surprise move here in the next couple of days, if he doesn't for some reason come back, and I think he will. I don't want to start any rumors that are unfounded, but that would be the only thing that would make me say, oh no, it's not going to be better, because they don't have the depth, and everything behind him is nothing. I have full faith and confidence that I still believe that Casey Thompson can be the starter in game one. I don't know if he will be now. My confidence is a little bit shaken on that front, but I'm also confident that if it comes down to Casey Thompson, they will fit the offense to his skill set. And I think he's a better runner than maybe people let on.
Yeah.
They just may not run him as much.
Yeah, the offense
as
would be
they
different.
The offense would be a little bit different. So I would agree. Yeah, the quarterback position, even with the losses today, is still better than last year, because you have two guys who have lots of experience starting at the Division I level. The running back position, this is the interesting one, because it's basically all the same guys.
I was going to say, it's the same room.
And you've got everybody healthy.
Yeah.
You have Irvin. You have A.J. Allen. You have
I Test
Grant,
Anthony.
And, of course, Ramir Johnson, the four main guys. But I don't know if that necessarily means they're going to be better. If anything, I would make the argument that they're probably looking at the same right now. And the only reason I say that is, and we talked about this with Bruns earlier, it didn't seem like anyone stood out.
No.
Even though, and we're only able to judge this off of a spring game, but even just off of some of the things that were said, even though there was some glowing reviews of Gabe Irvin in camp, and coaches were talking it up a little bit, vibe that, oh yeah, we've got a running back room that's really, really good. I think it's okay, but just okay was last year.
I think it was Happer yesterday with Sam McEwen, where he said, all of these guys do something well, but none of them do all of the things well.
Right.
And here's the thing, man, they got to have someone who could just break through the line and run. They need someone who can get some chunk plays. And I think that, Anthony Grant did that last year, and I think A.J. Allen could. I'm not that confident in anybody else. I would say at the very least they are a push. The biggest thing with this, and I guess we could bring in another position group for this conversation, so much of this is going to come down to the offensive line.
Yeah.
We saw Anthony Grant early. Now, part of it was competition, but early on he was getting large chunks of yardage. It seemed like he was on his way easily to 1,000 yards. He would have been the first since Divine Azigbo. Short, because he had some real horrific performances late in the year. Part of that was on the offensive line, but part of it was on him. I don't like the way he runs the football. I felt like an old guy for the first time last year as I'm screaming at my TV, run forward, Anthony. That's what I wanted from him. And let's see what happens with A.J. Allen. It's just not an easy thing for me to say, the guy come back from the injury is going to be totally okay. people tried to do that with Prohaska last year.
And it wasn't the
and
case.
Teddy Prohaska was nowhere near what he needed to be, and he ended up having to sit out most of the season anyway. So I think I'd go with push on the running back room. It wouldn't surprise me if it was better. It wouldn't surprise me if it was worse. It just, a lot of it's going to depend on that offensive line.
And on that note, I think the offensive line will be better.
Yeah, I do.
Even though the numbers are,
light.
The numbers are light.
Colorado like early on.
The fact that you brought in a ready-made center in Ben Scott, the fact that you have New Willie back, they like, some of the things that they're getting in the room, Gatula and the way he played. You've got, especially when you factor in New Willie and Scott, you've got 6 guys that have extensive playing experience. Now, for New Willie, it's been a couple of years because of the suspension. But you've got guys, a lot of guys who have experience. Now, again, you've said it many times, not all experience is good experience.
Yep.
But I think they like what they have in the room. I think, talking about psychological, all of the talking, this, hey, these guys weren't so bad into existence is going to help that group.
Yeah.
And, just having
multiple coaches who have been offensive line coaches.
And multiple coaches who have been offensive line coaches.
Including the head coach.
I think that's going to help make this group better than last year. Now, how much better, that to me could be the difference in can they get to 6 wins or more, is how much of a step up they take. I do think they will take a step forward. I am willing to say the offensive line will be better this year.
I think so too.
Than last year.
They were so bad last year. I think that just all the stuff that swirled around the program, a head coach who wanted to do one thing on offense, an offensive coordinator who wanted to do another thing on offense, the head coach getting fired a few weeks into the season. Like there was just so much that they had to deal with. So I'm with you. A lot of this though, and look, this is contingent on every position. So it's fair if you want to say, Josh, stop saying it, but they got to stay healthy. The front line has to stay healthy. Otherwise, it could be worse just because they're just so thin at that point right now.
Wide receivers. Now here's the first one where I have to go with worse, because you're going to miss out on a big time target in Trey Palmer. If you think back, Trey Palmer was probably worth at least a win last year.
He was worth the Iowa win at the very least.
He was worth the Iowa win.
You can start there and maybe throw in the Rutgers game as well, right? Did he have the game-winning touchdown in that one? I think, I really liked what I saw from Billy Kemp. You want to talk about a bright spot from Saturday. I was impressed by him. I liked his route running. I liked his athleticism. I liked a lot of things that he did. But it would be nice to have him and a wide receiver who can take the top off. There's just too many questions with this group. I think that you want to look at the offseason and moves that they made as maybe a window into how they felt. I think what happened with bringing back Xavier Betson and Isaiah Garcia-Castaneda, cool stories, no doubt, but I think it said a lot that they were willing to bring those guys, one who left the team after game 4, the other who didn't play at all last year. I think that, yes, I'm with you. I think this is the worst group.
Tight ends.
I think it can be better. I was disappointed in the Gilbert drops.
I was too.
That was
but
a bummer to see.
I guess again, you don't want to overreact.
No.
much.
But I think it can be better.
Fedoni will be better. We weren't going to get the full Thomas Fedoni experience on Saturday.
No, it's about, he made it through spring ball healthy for the first time.
Don't sleep on Nate Borkercher.
Yeah.
The guy's played a lot of football.
Yeah.
And he's turned into a valued asset. So I think by that alone, it's going to be a better group.
Yep, I'm with you.
Defensive side of the ball.
Now, so when we're doing line, are we doing line? Or are you doing edge? Like, how are we defining this stuff?
See,
I just like doing a broad. I'm old school, I guess, when it comes to the defensive line. The edge guys are on the defensive line.
I agree.
Okay, sweet. So that's good. Better.
Really?
I think that they're going to be able to get a little bit.
Can they hold up inside?
Can they hold up inside? That's the question.
Because
if not, man, well, here's the thing. You know how often we'll talk about a season and we're like, man, we're not going to learn anything about this team until game 5. We're going to learn a lot about this team in game 1, because what Minnesota wants to do on offense versus that defense, I think it's going to teach us a lot in how they're going to hold up. I think they can be better, but I don't know if that's really saying a whole lot given what they were like on the defensive line last year. I think they can get to the quarterback a little bit more, though.
And listen, I liked what, we saw from some of the young players, Princewell.
Yes.
From
Texas.
Cam Leonard.
Oh, yeah.
That was, there was some encouraging stuff that happened there. It's, to me, two guys that I'm going to be watching this year as a barometer, not only for how this team can play in the field, but how these coaches can develop, because we talked a lot about development last week, is Elijah Judy.
Yes.
And Stephon Wynn.
Yes.
Two guys, 4-star talent.
Yep.
Came from blue blood programs to come here to get more playing time, to have a second chance. Those guys have to do something.
Yep. And
they
Judy
have to be something this year, because if not, you wonder. You will wonder a little bit. I'm not going to say that, Matt Rule experiment will be a failure, but these are the types of guys, even though Matt Rule as a development program and it's the transfer portal and all that stuff is new to him, development is development, whether it's a 4-year player, whether it's a transfer player. And these guys have the already made talent, or at least they were supposed to have the already made talent. Now, what can this group get out of them?
Yep.
Those two guys, I think, are going to be critical this year.
I think it's fun names, too, because one of them was on the roster last year. One of them is new to the roster this year.
Yes.
And I think you're right. Like, those are the types of project players, if you will, that if you can get some signs of life from them on the field this year, like that's a nice piece to the puzzle and what you can imagine for things moving forward.
Linebackers, it always helps to have, two of your best tacklers and two of your best leaders back in Luke Reimer and Nick Henrich, even though we didn't see them in the spring game.
MJ Sherman, I'm impressed with that guy. I'm impressed with what we have heard about him. He had
sounds like a great young man.
Yeah, he had a couple of nice plays. So I definitely think that group, I don't know. I think it definitely can be better. I think it can be better.
Yeah, and again, when you have now, depth is going to be the concern here, and injuries, because obviously those two lead guys, they've had injury problems.
Yep.
And so that's gonna hold you back just a little bit. But I'm willing to lean better.
Yep.
And then in the secondary, a lot of the same dudes back.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And really good at cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
I think at the very least it'll be a push, but it'll probably be better. The thing that is a different dynamic across all three levels of the defense is it's all different now. It's 3-3-5.
I know. Yeah.
And so there's going to be some guys moving into different roles or accepting different roles, and so it could be a little different grading one to the other. But for the most part, there's a chance the defense can be better at all three levels.
I think so too. But you're right. The change in the scheme is. It's not going to make me feel really confident that the group can be better overall, even though there is a lot of returning pieces.
So when you look at it from that aspect, 9-win season.
There you go, 10-win season. Did you have anything for special teams? I just want to say this. Albano is going to have an absolute shot to start.
Oh, yes.
Kicker. Like that was a big time disappointment for me, was just seeing the kicking game like it was.
I think special teams overall, now this is, you're thinking about return units as well. I think has a chance to be better.
Yeah.
Has a chance to be better.
Yeah.
When we continue, more on the Aaron Rodgers trade, we've got a little bit of content. We got bet of the day, Josh's travel log, all coming up. We're counting down to baseball tonight, Creighton and UNLV. You'll be able to hear that game on our sister station, 1180 The Zone. We'll be back in more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. You look at the weather as this week unfolds, and you got a lot of good stuff. But there are some days, of course, that will be cooler. There are some days where there will be moisture falling from the sky. And what makes Miracle so excellent is that they have that top tracer building. So you've probably been playing more, maybe you've been hitting up the driving range, which of course they also have there at the golf course, and you just want to keep playing. You want to keep getting better. Give them a call at 402-498-0220 and check out that top tracer building, because whether it's 100 degrees, which those temps will surely be here before we know it, or in the wintertime, you are always covered. You are always comfortable. Not to mention they got the TVs going. They have the food. They have the drink. as well. 402-498-0220. And on those great days, you want to get out there on the golf course, going to have more sunlight every single day for the next couple of months, which means an opportunity for a quick 9 if you're getting off at work like I do at 6, or maybe the full 18 if you're off a little bit earlier than that. 402-498-0220, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
The Connor Happer Show.
We don't talk enough about Cracker Jack being mentioned every 7th inning stretch, being the best ad placement of all time.
Great take.
Is Cracker Jack the worst ballpark snack?
Like, even out of the snacks, it's like the 5th best option. They get a free entry into every ballpark in America. You go up to the concession stand, it doesn't matter what game to take, and I get a bag of Cracker Jack, and they're like, sure, nobody's bought one in 14 years.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Knoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Pleasant this evening, a few clouds around, temperatures in the 60s. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, lows drop back in the lower 40s, and partly to mostly cloudy on Wednesday. Still pleasant, though, highs in the mid-60s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a report that 180th southbound is currently closed because of a wreck. The closures between Center and F Street on southbound 180th. Find an alternate route. Also, delays on westbound I-80 between 60th and 72nd. Delays on northbound 144th between 370 and I-80. And some delays on northbound Blair High Road between 90th and State Street. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason 15 to celebrate 30 years of Fernando's.
Simply put, margaritas are pretty friggin' delicious.
Winner of first place in 2023's Best of Omaha's Best Mexican Restaurant. Come in and get your Fernando's fix.
It's spring. Now is the best time to shop at Lenaha for all things garden or landscape. Our garden center is filled with the largest selection of homegrown plants, flowers, trees, and more. The area's best mulch and soil available for delivery and pickup. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lenaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Creighton coverage on the Zone is presented by Barry Law. At Barry Law, we fight alongside those who choose to fight back. Call Barry Law at 402-999-7777 or visit BarryLawFirm.com. At Barry Law, we're in it to win it.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct, where your mindset is, and your balls. The 1620 The Zone.
So yesterday, the trade finally went through. Aaron Rodgers headed to the Jets.
Jets.
When you look at the numbers from Rodgers, most interceptions he had since his first full year as a starter. Lowest QB rating since his first full year as a starter. Lowest completion percentage he's had in 15 years. This is what the Jets are getting. Now, the argument is, well, the Jets will have at least a little bit better talent around him, better defense.
Yep.
I thought Bill Barnwell had a pretty good breakdown today on ESPN.com about how this may help and how close the Jets were last year if they just had a better quarterback. And last year, from week 3 on, the defense was tops in points per possession and tops in opponent QBR.
The Jets were.
Yeah.
It was an awesome defense.
And there's a stat called there's the win probability added, which is one of those analytic numbers, which measures how much an offense, defense, and or special teams contributed to the team's chances of winning. The Jets posted a positive WPA, meaning the offense helped more than it hurt 8 times last year. They went 7-1. But when the offense took away from the Jets' chances of winning, they went 0-9.
So essentially, they could not overcome things when the offense was not playing.
The issue.
And remember, they had some real clunkers. They had that 10-3 loss versus New England when Zach Wilson effectively lost the locker room for good because he was asked something about, like, do you take blame for today's loss? And he said no. He had to ultimately apologize to his teammates. They lost 20-12 to the Bills, 20-17 to the Lions, 19-3 in one of the worst Thursday night games I've ever watched to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They scored 6 points in each of their last 2 games, one at Seattle, the other at Miami, that allowed the Dolphins to make the playoffs. They took such a nosedive for a team that at one point was 5-2, at one point was 6-3, and as you just ran through, had one of the best defenses in the league for a large chunk of the season.
As Barnwell writes, Rodgers, of course, offers a significant ceiling, but he also raises the floor dramatically. He notes that the Packers were above 0, so the offense contributed to a positive net effect in 192 of his 223 regular season starts. So 86% of the time, the Aaron Rodgers-led Packers offense contributed what was last year the winning formula for the Jets.
Now, so that's 86% of the time. Can he do it 86% of the time at this age?
Right.
In a new spot? I feel like I've been more bullish on Aaron Rodgers succeeding with the Jets than you have. But yet, it all comes down to my expectations for them are not Super Bowl. My expectations are, can they make the playoffs now? Obviously. I think he'll succeed in that regard. But I guess if the Jets are making this trade to do more than that, which I think they are, then they're not going to reach that.
If they're making this trade just to make the playoffs, they've already failed this trade.
It's a great point.
You don't trade for a future Hall of Famer. It'd be like if the Rams said, yeah, we're trading for Matthew Stafford just to win a playoff game.
Yeah, exactly.
No, they were trading for Matthew Stafford to win a Super Bowl. So that's Matthew Stafford. This is Aaron Rodgers, a former 4-time MVP. You're making this trade to go all the way.
And so that's the rub, because they are in the conference with the defending Super Bowl champion, Kansas City Chiefs, with the Cincinnati Bengals, who have now made 2 straight AFC championship games and a Super Bowl in that frame.
Yep.
The Bills, who in the end underachieved last year, and yet they still made the second round. It just says a lot about how fast their expectations have changed. We're like, the Bills were kind of crappy. Now, on top of that, John, the Jaguars, which seem ahead of schedule, given what they just did. Knicks Dolphins, who have a really good roster, even though their quarterback, what's going on upstairs with him. And look, Lamar is still technically on the Ravens. It is a brutal conference. And so that's why, you're right. You make a move like this to go all the way. I find it hard to believe that they will unless there is one more great season that Rodgers can bring to the table, a Brett Favre in Minnesota type situation, that we get a Tom Brady who he kind of stiff arms his way through the regular season and then it clicks for a few weeks in January. And he wasn't even that great in that January.
No.
He had 3 interceptions, if I remember right, versus the Packers alone.
Yes, he did.
And so, can he do that? I guess he can. But, man, to go on that type of run, he would have – Brady got the benefit of beating, Washington, a noodle-armed Drew Brees, and then Aaron Rodgers, a player that we have now really come to find out has kind of faltered big time in January for a large stretch of his career. Aaron Rodgers would most likely be looking at 3 road games against some combination of Mahomes and Allen and Burrow, Trevor Lawrence. It's just a lot to ask for him and the Jets.
Here was you don't realize it because you just assume everybody has somebody who's good enough to earn an MVP vote. Joe Namath got 4 votes in 1972.
Okay.
He didn't win the award, but he got 4 votes in 1972. Since then, there hasn't been one single first place vote ever penciled in for a New York Jet.
How is that
in
possible?
50 years?
How is that possible?
Not one. I'm not talking about winning the award or finishing second or finishing third. I'm talking about just getting a first place MVP vote. No other franchise besides the Jaguars has had an NFL player receive at least one MVP vote since 1972. And of course, the Jaguars.
They came into existence in 1995.
Right.
Wow, that is ridiculous.
They haven't had one single MVP vote.
I feel so down in the dumps as a Cowboys fan, but at least I'm not a Jets fan. That sounds like hell. Just horrible.
Content.
Yeah.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Kathy Knoyer with Knoyer Garden Center. The beauty and color of spring is in our greenhouse, featuring thousands of gorgeous hanging baskets and hundreds of varieties of Knoyer grown product. Come in and talk with our family of employees who will help you find what you're looking for. Whether it's home decor, annuals, perennials, shrubs, tropicals, or vegetables, we have it all. Knoyer Garden Center is located between Highway 370 and Cornhusker on 66th Street in Papillion. Open daily, 9 to 7.
At Knoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Roxanne Watson is on a mission to have more people sign up as organ, eye, and tissue donors. What drives her? Roxanne received a heart transplant made possible by an organ donor.
I decided that day to devote myself to signing up the most people in the United States. That's my goal.
Now she's a powerful force for good. What could you make possible as an organ, eye, and tissue donor? Leave behind the gift of life. Go to organdonor.gov. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
It's good to be able to make a change, to never feel stuck. That's why at Cox, we're making a change too. Now Cox Internet plans are flexible, so you can choose to just go with Internet, add TV tomorrow, or home automation down the line. It's easier than ever to get just what you want and nothing you don't. Flexible plans from Cox. Change anytime. No commitments, no penalties. See for yourself at cox.com/internet. Additional services can be added at then current regular rates. All services subject to residential customer service agreement and acceptable use policy. Restrictions apply.
Howdy, folks. Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Zzz, blip. Did you know there's some fun open water fishing to be had this time of year? There is. In our cold water, northern and western Nebraska trout streams, wonderful spring-fed waters, support mainly rainbow and brown trout, and you could even work on your Trout Slam Challenge in those. Get more details at outdoornebraska.org. That's outdoornebraska.org. Turning to the state parks, there's nature to experience. The playgrounds, campgrounds, and trails are all open. And be sure to check out the naturalist programs at state parks as well. For spring wild turkey hunting this year here in Nebraska, hunters, take note, there are some major changes because of lower bird numbers. See us at the Game and Parks Commission for more information. That'll wrap it up for now. I'm Greg Wagner with the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Super for Rotella's Italian Bakery Bread. It's that time of year again. You know what time it is? Sandwiches. 100 days of the year, you'll want to eat sandwiches. In my opinion, it's the best meal out there. It all starts with Rotella's Italian Bread. That's where it starts. Go to 108th and Harrison, check out their location there, get the smells for free, buy the bread, or go to your local grocery store. It's over 100 great years serving the community and high-quality products. Get your 100 days of sandwiches in, starting at Rotella's. Rotella's Italian Bread, over 100 years of tradition.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, here we go. Content time.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
No.
Aaron Rodgers is going to the Jets. Jets.
Incredible.
When the NFL releases the schedule next month, which game will inevitably air on national TV in week 1? Bonus question, will they play on Thanksgiving?
Well, let's see. Gosh.
So some notable teams that they play. Obviously, we know that they'll play the Bills twice.
Yep.
They will play the defending NFC champion Eagles. They will play the defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs. They will also travel to Dallas.
The Dallas game could be Thanksgiving.
I think so too.
I'm guessing
Dallas will either be week 1 or Thanksgiving, in my opinion.
Now the Chiefs, of course, will open on Thursday night as the defending champ.
And that game is in New Jersey, so that will not be the game that they open the season with.
Right. It would not surprise me though if maybe that Bills game, one of the Bills games, would be on Sunday.
Game
would be on Sunday Night Football, Week 1.
I think that's a really solid pick. You have the Chiefs. We talked about this a couple months ago. The Chiefs have a lot of good options. The Chiefs open on that Thursday versus one of those teams. I think that's a good one. Jets hosting the Bills, and Aaron Rodgers begins his Jets career on Sunday Night Football.
As we discussed earlier, Keisei Tominaga is testing the NBA waters. Will he dive in or will he return to Nebraska?
We didn't discuss this earlier. That's our bad. I think he's returning. I think that all the breadcrumbs on this are good for Nebraska, John. I think he can test all he wants. I think he has things that he needs to improve upon. We've talked about them ad nauseum with Ravi Lula. I think he's going to come back to Nebraska, which is kind of surprising given where I thought that the situation was just a few months ago.
No, I think it's a good sign. The fact that he's doing this, he's keeping his college eligibility open. This next to actually announcing that he is coming back, this is probably the next best thing because the door is still open to a return, and I believe that the chances now are north of 50% that he'll be back at Nebraska next year.
If Tominaga does return, he'll only face Iowa once next season. The Big Ten unbalanced schedules were released, and Nebraska and Iowa only play one time in Iowa City. Thoughts on that?
This is such a mistake. I mean, we talk about protecting series in football with the goofy schedules they're going to have coming up in future years. Why can't they do this for basketball as well?
Yep.
This should be a game that's played every year, twice a year. It just, and listen, you can make specific basketball-related exceptions for this. I don't know why they don't. I don't know why they don't.
I couldn't agree more. This is idiotic. You in basketball, especially, I think you should have your local kind of teams that you play, both home and home every year. I don't get it, John. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Was the ESPN NFL Live studio show reaction to Adam Schefter's report on the Aaron Rodgers trade a little too much?
The Jets are sending their first-round pick this year, their second-round pick this year.
Sorry.
Well, hold on. Big Swagoo, hold on. Their second-round pick next year, it's a conditional pick. They get back the Packers.
I thought it was hilarious.
Why are we acting surprised for news that we knew was coming at some point?
Because, I think that they had heard that you put on the list that Aaron Rodgers was going to be a Packer, and so they were like, I'm going off of what John Bishop says.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. That was a little too showy. It was a little over the top.
That was funny.
It's a little over the top. It's like, oh my God, news that I thought was coming. It'd be like if, hey, Josh, the sun's rising tomorrow. What? The sun's rising tomorrow? I can't believe it.
Hey, some places it doesn't, John.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever been to Alaska in the winter, John?
No, I have not been to Alaska.
Neither have I.
Because of the trade necessary to expedite the Texas and Oklahoma moves a year early to the SEC, the Longhorns now will be on the road 3 straight seasons at their marquee non-conference opponent. This fall, UT is at Alabama. In 2024, they're at Michigan, and in 2025, they visit Ohio State. Guess we know where Fox Big Noon Kickoff will be.
It's good to see that Nick continues to.
Nick, what was up with that read?
There's a lot of things there.
I thought you wrote a very nice little paragraph there.
Whenever the questions get longer, it just kind of breaks my brain. Nick, it's the same. You just have to read it.
Yeah. Remember, write in your own language, Nick. That's what you should be writing in your own language.
Well,
and language
the comprehension gets me sometimes.
Okay.
I think this is cool. I think it's great. I love seeing these. I love seeing these helmets.
I do too. But yeah, there's no question. I mean, that's 3 straight years though on the road for the marquee non-conference game.
Yeah.
That's going to be a little tight. It's going to be a little difficult to manage, because you'd like to get at least one of them at home. But again, they had to do this because Fox wanted to have that extra non-conference game. And of course, Fox is not part of the new SEC, or has never been a part of an SEC football contract.
Yeah.
So they wanted this marquee matchup. And that was one of the things that was going to precipitate, all right, we're going to let these guys go early. But in order to do this, Texas has to trade out a non-conference game. So that's what they're going to do. Michigan this fall, Alabama, next year at Michigan, year after that, Ohio State. It will be cool to see these helmets all on the field together.
Very.
In one spot.
I agree. Totally.
All right. Coming up, we got bet of the day.
Yep.
And Josh,
we're talking NBA, baby. We're talking the NBA. One of these games, I'm going to pick it.
All right. And pregame getting ready to start over on 1180 The Zone for Creighton Baseball. So stand by. More of the program next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
We are the entertainment you love and information that shapes your day. We are your lifeline. We are your companion. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
It's time to find a career that's right for you. Metropolitan Community College can help you find a new path forward on your time. Whether you need a degree that puts you on a path to a new career or need to finish a degree you've already started, MCC makes it affordable and convenient with a flexible class schedule, online or on campus. It's your time to path forward. Let MCC show you the way. Register today. Classes start June 6th. Apply today at mccneb.edu/adults.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Need to replace your Social Security card? In most states, you can request one online with a My Social Security account. A My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal earnings history and benefit status. You can also get a proof of income letter, estimate and apply for benefits, and more. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security. Securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and